It's
Oh my.
Monday at exactly 7 p.m. EST.
Exactly.
Just because that's what time it is.
If your clock says something else, it's wrong.
Yeah, right. We're playing we're playing a one shot, or we're playing DreadLore tonight with Ken, Bill, Maddie, and Cody. Some new faces, some old faces, and Hulker as well. So, and some like OGs. We have Patreon. If you know what that website is, and you have lots of money, and you're watching this, and you're like, "This is really fucking great stuff," you're holding out. If you don't have any money and you're watching this, yeah,
do the same thing.
Good. Yeah, do the same thing. Or don't. I mean, whatever. All lowercase letters, Mr. Interrupt provide the music for this. Couchfire Media does art, media production. 12 Replay Productions, they do a whole lot of nothing for the last 2 years.
We need to have a firm conversation with them.
Firm.
A firm note.
Affirmative. We're playing tonight, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, man.
And we have Mr. Interrupt in the house. Maybe,
Oh yeah.
What up with that? I don't want to dox anybody.
You said it was going to be a one shot.
Wait, are you Mr. Interrupt?
Who?
You.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, hey, thanks for letting us use your music. Well, I didn't realize that, Ken.
I'm.
So here I was gonna talk all kinds of shit about Mr. Interrupt.
Well, that's what I came for. Not enough shit is being talked.
All right, so we're making DreadLore characters. You guys are tier 2 and 2 backgrounds. Hattie and Cody, you don't need to know that yet. Although on your character sheets, you could put it down. Top left of your character sheet, you'll see your titled traits. One of them will be tier of play, or it should be, if my memory serves. You can put seasoned, 2, however you want to put it. Yeah. And as for right underneath that, there's some boxes to put down backgrounds. Just make a little tick that you have 2 of them. We're going to get to choose what those are. Okay. Yeah, see, both of you have had some time to take a look at the races of Craster. You don't have to make your decision right now. By the end of this, you will have had to make a decision. We're going to go either forth into making these guys. Okay, so in the book, go to chapter 3. You can use that sexy table of contents if you wish. And page 95. All right. So tier 2, you get 10 ranks for your aspects. You get 12 picks for proficiencies, abilities, and upgrades. Now, I'm going to decode what all of that means. On the upper right-hand side of your character sheet, you see aspects. There's 4 of them. All right? These are your stats. They determine what dice you roll when you throw down dice. Throwing down is throwing down dice. All right? Those aspects all start at 1 rank. And that means there's no die. So rank 1 means you are weak in that. You have no die for that stat. That's fine. We're gonna get to why that's fine. But it just make sure you note, if you don't have at least a rank 2, your character is actually weak. So that's what that mechanic is saying. Okay? Perfectly fine. Now you have 10 ranks to place. You don't have to do it now. It's not going to impact a whole lot yet. But you have
10 ranks beyond 1, or just 10 ranks?
Correct. So all of them have 1, you get 10 more, which means you have 14. Okay? But I put 1 in there so that nobody tries to go rank 0, because you can't have that. The maximum you can have is 6. Now, I'll tell you what that means. Rank 2 is a die 4. Rank 3 is a die 6. Rank 4 is a die 8. We getting the pattern? So whatever rank it is, you multiply by 2, that's the die type, or you could just be like, hey, it's rank 3, it's D6. Rank 6 is a D12. Right? And that is the highest, the largest die type you can have. So rank 1 to 6, boom, go you there 4th. As we're talking, again, you don't have to do it right now, but kind of be thinking about it. Let me explain aspects a little bit. You pretty much have physicals and you have mentals. Brawn and mind are more of the power stats. So brawn would be power for physical, mind would be power for mental. And the other 2 stats, grace and wits, that's more of like agility, or mental acuity, right? A lot of this game, if you throw down, because we could play the entire session and have you not throw down dice. It's not going to happen on this one, but we could. When you throw down, the onus is on the player a lot of times to say, hey, look, I want to use brawn, and there's a description involved, right? So you can play to your stats, which is perfectly fine. Mark down in your sheet that you have 12 picks, or tally 12 or whatever. Aside from that, those are for proficiencies, abilities, and upgrades. I will decode that. Proficiencies are rerolls. Abilities are you can do shit normal people can't do. And upgrades give you bonus successes for those abilities. Again, it won't make sense yet, but it will in the future. I promise. All right. Did everyone pick their race? If you did, do the thumbs up. Hell yeah. All right, we're going to go around. What are your races? Holker.
Zunth.
You're Zunth.
I also have a
All right,
name.
you got a name? What's your name?
Yes.
I forgot you guys had
My name is Lepid Osaria.
Lepid. Is that a Latin name? You son of a bitch. What does that mean?
It's the scientific name for it's a way of saying the scientific name for the Tuatara,
I knew it. I knew it.
or of the clade that they belong to.
I totally knew it. All right.
Lepid Osaria.
I don't care. We're going to Lepid. Osaria. Fine. Osaria. I'm a Saria. Osaria. Okay. Cody.
Miroshi. I do not have a name yet.
Okay. Hattie.
A dinner.
Tina.
Mainly
Awesome.
because I really like Giro. Shawarma Gyro.
He likes some dinner.
Did you say?
I see how this is going to be. I see how this is going to be.
Yeah.
Ken?
I am Winchester Falk, and I'm a wizard. Dowling dinner. Sibling.
Oh, God.
Which class would a street vendor be? You think?
Oh, there are no classes.
Oh, okay. You just like random. All right. Well, that's cool. I'm an ex street vendor. Found myself on the road.
Yeah. Let's see. Lepid. God. Saria. And you're a Zunth. Okay. All right. Sweet. So when it comes to languages, whatever your race is, typically that is also your language, so you can put all that down. You also have a language called Guo, which is Guo. It's the common tongue. Now we're going to keep on going. All right, so DreadLore is all about traits. When you're going to do something that is meaningful to the fiction. So if you want to change the fiction, if you want to influence the fiction in a meaningful way, what do I mean by that? Let's say you want to open a door. That is not changing the fiction in a meaningful way, unless you're letting in the vampire lord.
Oh shit.
Then you're changing the fiction in a meaningful way. So if you want to do that, you have to preface the action with bidding a trait. So your traits are all over your sheet. There's only a few things that are not considered traits. These are character traits. Think of them like adjectives or a little saying or whatever. Your aspects are not traits. There's a few, like your health is not a trait, but pretty much everything else is. For example, your tier of play, seasoned, is a trait. You wouldn't bid tier of play, you would bid seasoned. So as an example, hey, there's a knock, knock, knock on the door. You guys all live in Barovia. There's vampires everywhere. Do you answer it? You could say, I'm going to bid seasoned. Okay, so you're a seasoned person. And I'm going to go over and see if there's a vampire on the other side without opening the door. That would work. You dig? Yeah. Or you could be like, I go over and open the door. You do, and fucking vampires fly in. Perfectly fine. Once you bid that trait, it is exhausted. It doesn't mean it's gone. It means you just can't bid it anymore until the new scene. And the new scene starts whenever the Arbiter, that's being me, says it does. That could be, you could have 3 scenes in a game session. You could have 1 scene in 3 game sessions. So scenes, big S, allow the Arbiter to pace the game as they see fit. Right? Your traits are your most valuable resource. You're going to get a lot of them. You don't have to choose all these, but yeah, you have them. Your plug. This is why you're in the game. This is why your character stays in the game. For example, if you're all hanging out in a tavern and you're like, I don't drink, I hate taverns, I leave. Well, why do you stay? That's your plug. Why do you stay with the group in the adventure? And that's on the player to decide. All right. Of course, you guys don't know anything about this adventure, so you don't need your plug yet. Your fate, we're going to get to roll that soon. So fate is based off the tarot. All right. You guys roll a d12, all of yous. And note if it is high or low. So if it is a 1 to a 6, I believe. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1 to 6 is low. 7 and up is high. So just take note of it. And designate thumbs up, thumbs down to me. Okay, yeah. Everybody's high. Interesting. All right, great. Roll it again.
I have an excuse. I'm on the West Coast.
Me too, though.
Me too, dog. Oh man.
All right, what'd you get? We'll say Hulker, what'd you get?
11.
11. All right, yours is judgment. That's your fate. Decisiveness, the ability to reorient in the face of adversity. Hattie, what about you?
7.
7. Yours is the star. This is hope and healing, faith in the road being taken.
Nice.
Cody?
So is it a combination of the two, or is it just the one?
Just
highest?
the one.
7.
7. Yours is the same.
Hey, we should be part of a
The
cult.
star. Right. And Ken?
I got a 10.
Got a 10.
10.
Yours is the sun,
Yeah.
which is optimism. The dawn always follows the night, and you've nothing to hide. Great. He's playing another paladin.
I
Can-
am
Did
Did
not
you say that this
playing
was
a
the
paladin.
nature?
Sorry?
Did you say this was nature or fate, or is this something else?
Fate.
It's fate.
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 Okay, cool.
Let me turn off this light. Right. So your fate, this is something that we roll it randomly because your fate's kind of random in this world. Something you can discover, you can morph it into a lot of things, you can justify a lot of things with your fate. Your fate is a trait. Okay. Alright. Nature. Nature, demeanor. So your nature is who you really are. Your demeanor is who people think you are, how you appear to be. For example, Han Solo appears to be a scoundrel. His demeanor is scoundrel. His nature, heart of gold. Right? So, or you could be like Darth Vader. Be like, evil son of a bitch, demeanor. Nature, evil son of a bitch. Perfectly fine. Or conflicted. So there's latitude here. Again, you don't have to choose it now. The idea is when we start playing, when you start doing shit, and I start saying, cool, what do you bid to do that? To change the fiction the way you want? You're going to find out how you actually want to play your character. And I'm going to say, cool, pick that trait. And now you're playing the character you actually want to play because it's the character you are playing. All right, swagger. It's kind of how you move, your general vibe. Physicality is your physicality. Derangements we'll get to in a second. Flaws. Flaws are traits. They're just, flaws. You can still use them. For example, you can have a flaw that's you're blind, right? But that can still be useful. You have a flaw that's quick to temper. Absolutely, you use it just like a trait. Mechanically, the way a flaw works is this. If you fail, it's an utter failure. All right, your motto is your motto. Your all's focus is going to be, I'm going to tell you your focus. I'm the most unfocused person in the world. You're going to be told how your focus is.
Isn't it
your
burning?
focus is burning.
Ah.
Burning. Got that burning focus. So what this means is you guys are not plebs. You're not necessarily heroes, but you are not normal people. Your soul burns brighter, right? And that compels you, or in some cases impels you, to do great things. You're a part of the story. So you have a burning focus. Pretty much everyone else has more of a wavering NPC, get it, type of focus. Yeah, see? I'm hilarious. All right. Period of life. This is something we could choose. Major and minor goals. For this session, since it's one shot, your goals, you can choose, as you see fit. Major goal would be by pretty much the end of the game. Minor goals are as you go along. Normally, a minor goal is every session or two. Major goal is every 3 to 5 sessions. So it allows you to sort of pace your character. You get XP when you get your goals. So it behooves you to follow your character goals. Also, the whole party starts to gain XP as people gain their goals. So let's say one of you is the leader of the group and you're just getting all the goals. Everyone is benefiting from it. All right, let's rock and roll down to period of life. So period of life is going to be page 106. This is how old you are, not necessarily physically, not necessarily mentally or spiritually. It's just one of those. They could all line up, maybe not. So for example, you could be an old soul, but a young person, or an old person, but having a very young soul. What's the flavor of the character you want? And here they are. There's child, there's young, hardened, aged, venerable, and rough. Each of these gain you different flaws, different types of derangements, and that kind of stuff. So think on that. I'm going to slide back up to derangements. On your sheet, you'll see, I believe it's the middle on the right side. There's a little deal that says derangements. It's got a bunch of them. You need to mark one of those. What that is if and when you lose your shit, this is how it happens. Okay? You'll note that there are some checkboxes next to each of these derangements. If you ever fill out all the checkboxes, you become an NPC. You're fucking crazy. You're done. Okay? So the idea is you would switch to a different derangement, and by the time you're crazy, you're really crazy. Now, you get derangements from doing fucked up shit, yes, but it's more often from failing sanity rolls. Some sanity rolls, if you see an Elder God Cthulhu, you're just going to gain derangement. If you fail it, you go insane. So the stakes are different depending on the situation. Phobia, your anxious, irrational fear. What's his nuts? Indiana Jones has a phobia for snakes. Tics is an obsession with something, purposeless gestures, noises, those types of stuff. Saying after every sentence is a tic. Personality, you're a piece of shit. Yeah, personality is the derangement, you're a son of a bitch. Self-image, interpersonal difficulties, etc. Attention, everybody knows what that is. We all have it. Dissociative, amnesia. These are multiple personalities, emotional detachment. Psychosis. This is hallucinations, delusions, depression, mania, etc. Now, let me make a caveat here. I am not a psychologist, nor am I a psychiatrist. I've looked this shit up. So if I'm offending anyone in the ether by saying something, go fuck yourself, okay? Yeah. Yeah. All right, what period of life are you all thinking about? We'll start with Ken.
Hardened.
Hell yeah. What about Holker?
Venerable.
Old peoples. Nice.
I've already marked the additional derangement, and I'm working on the flaws.
Sweet. Cody?
You said I could do 2, right? So I went with Hardened
do
Child.
You still
Okay.
won.
All right. Then Hardened's good for me.
Yep. So you could be a child if you want and just have a hardened heart, or be an older person that whatever. Yeah. It's however you want to phrase it. It's the weight on your soul. And Hattie?
Hardened.
Everybody's hardened. That's a pretty good one. You're adventurers. You need.
I'm just kind of taking that as like in adulthood in the world.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
Yep. If you live long enough, life eventually kicks in the balls, whether you have them or not. You're being calloused. So if you've taken hardened, you get that flaw. So this is a trait you get. Just make sure you know that it's a flaw. Maybe put like an asterisk or something next to it. It's calloused. Grants you a modicum of resilience to worldly pressures, but sometimes presents itself as a loss of youth. Now, if you want to call it something else, go for it. It's not the worst thing in the world to say, thick-skinned or however you want. It's just a flaw. All right. So if you get down to page 109, we're going to do backgrounds real quick. Backgrounds are chronological. So the first one that you pick does matter. For example, let's say you have... I'll just use Star Wars because it's easy. Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's a hermit. Well, that's the last thing he is, right? At first, he's a warrior. Or at first, you could say he's a monk. And then he's a warrior, right? There you go. Then he was a musician. And he had this whole stint. Who knows? But it's a chronological thing. The first one you pick, you get 2 gifts for. The second one you pick, you only get 1 gift for. Gifts are just traits, but they're kind of special traits. Sometimes they have a mechanical bonus. I will read through the backgrounds. Now, in all of my wisdom in the book, I did not put a list on one page of the backgrounds, but they are in the TOC. So, hell yeah. You got apothecary. So anyone dealing with theurgy. You have ascetic. This is a thinker, a philosopher type, a monk. Devout. This is someone who, is devout in the pantheon that is in Craster. There's the brilliant octet, is what they're called. There's 8 gods, and there's a whole slew of other beings of power and shit that you can be all devout about. You can be devout about yourself. Fortunate, you're rich, or some derivative thereof. Mage, mercenary, ranger, the underdog. So some of these are pretty self-explanatory. And warrior. Monstrous, you guys can pick. That's if you want like if you want to be like, I want wings, I want to fly. Okay, and you're monstrous, and you pick that as a background. I wouldn't, but you can. You can do what you want. I laser beams. Okay.
These last few things, I don't see them on the character sheet. Like,
oh, you don't? You talking about the backgrounds?
Or yeah, and also like the thing that you called hardened or young. Like, I don't know where.
So hardened and all that stuff on the character sheet. This is under period of life. This is the top left where your title trees are.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Backgrounds are right underneath that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I was like, I thought this stuff was traits. Flaw is coming from the period of life, right?
Yeah. So a lot of what you're going to pick is going to give you extra shit.
Right.
And one of the things that I don't know if you heard or not, your traits are your resources. They're kind of like your fuel. They're your mana, if you will. So having a shitload of traits, even if they're flaws, is really good.
Okay.
Some abilities will be a little bit more niche, but they'll give you traits. Whereas an ability that like allows you to just regain health, it's not going to give you much. All right. What are we thinking in terms of backgrounds? As in background number 1.
Mage.
That's good. If you want to be a mage as a background is very good. Okay. What about the rest of you?
Ranger.
Ranger. Okay. So somebody travels, sort of arrogant.
Yes. However, I also picked a flaw that I think is going to be rather interesting. But one of my flaws, it's not in the book, but I think it's going to fit my character. It's called Forgotten. No. It's called Forgotten Decades. I'm venerable, but there's some gaps. Really, really old.
One of my favorite things to play is
there's an anime about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's fair. I like the character Hulker.
Yeah. So he's going to be a ranger, but he's not necessarily going to remember how or why.
I love it. Well, I mean, there's a whole Gandalf element there. He forgets shit all the time.
One of my favorite characters to play is Underdog. They got a lot of fun characteristics that get you out of shit. Yeah. But I'm not doing that this time.
Nope. You're going mage.
I'm going easy to kill.
Yeah, mages are not easy to kill. Ken, you go ahead and flip to chapter 4 abilities and start looking at what scroll you wanna dig into. You're gonna have to read through that to know how to use the magic. Okay, that's his homework assignment. For Cody and Hattie, it's just a lot of mental energy. Cody and Hattie.
Apothecary.
What? Apothecary? Okay. And Hattie?
Seeing a list of things. Am I supposed to pick up on a list or?
No, in all of my wisdom, I did not actually make a list. There is a list. It's a.
Oh.
It's I might have
page
created
109
a
is where it
list
starts.
that'll help you with Apothecary.
So, Cody, not Cody, sorry. Hattie, you're looking at the PDF, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have the table of contents open?
I mean, I can get there. I'm on 109.
Well, I don't mean the TOC page. I mean the little ribbon on the side, the bookmarks.
Oh, let me see. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want the bookmarks open.
Okay.
Yeah, the sexy goddamn bookmarks.
Mm.
And then if you go chapter 3 creation steps, number 4 is backgrounds, it gives you the list.
Okay. Got it. Oh, okay.
I don't know
I was seeing
why
those. I was like, wait, is that what those
but-
are? Okay, cool. That's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
Version 2 will have it, I swear.
No, this is great. This totally works.
It'll also
What's
have a character sheet in the book. What?
What's fortunate again? Like sort of from a high level.
It means you come from wealth. That doesn't mean you're rich.
I see.
But it means that you have the possibility of it.
Got it.
You know.
Yeah.
I'm the 13th cousin of Daniel Boone.
Right.
Whatever.
I think I'm going with a mercenary.
Cool. Mercenary first. All right. What about second for you guys? Remember, this is chronological. So think of the kind of character you want. The sort of to get you to where you are right now, which I'll tell you now. You guys are on an airship in the southeast over a vast place called the Myroshi Expanse. This is where Myroshi are from. It is rife with deserts and weird storms. This is a wild place. It's the wild southeast is what it's gonna like. The Myroshi settlements are all along the coast, which is very far from where you are. And I don't know if you'd call yourselves smugglers per se, but you're definitely on a smuggling ship. So that's kind of what's up. Yeah.
Legal or not, we want to get paid.
Yeah. Are you just passengers? Are you part of the crew? It's entirely up to you. You cannot be the captain. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. If one of you wants to be a captain, he's perfectly fine. Don't care.
Well, I think that we all have found roles on the ship. I mean, at least I have, because I'm there to cook
Hell yeah.
and serve. While
Cook some
so I'm
dinner.
thinking that I came up in the city, and in some city, maybe you could figure out which one it was in the world, but like that's like I was a mercenary before, and then now it's what's the other one?
Being a Denna, you could literally be one of the thing about
Right.
being Denna is you're the most populous race. Like they're everywhere.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can be anywhere.
then I
Why
think
is Cody there? They are in the Expanse. It makes a lot of sense why you'd be there, but that's up to you. Sorry, I interrupted you, Hattie. Go on.
No, it's all good. Keep going. Yeah.
Oh, that was it.
Oh, okay. Then I think I'm underdog is like the now, and so
Great.
like
Awesome.
do I
I
also
love it.
put that in with backgrounds and sort of like that's the
Yeah, so it'd be
like
your
one
second
and then-
background.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
That makes sense.
What about the rest of you? Second background, and do you have kind of a plug?
My second background is devout.
Great. Go ahead and find in the book the Brilliant Octet and or the Primal Lords or whomever that you're devout to.
My second background is mage.
Good. You need both. No problem. Absolutely hit that. I suggest it. Magic is
a
hard.
mercenary.
Do I get a second scroll with that?
Not necessarily. It's
Okay.
up to you. It's up to you. We'll go through mage
Okay.
here in a second. But all that is in the description for mage. You get to pick an ability, so you could pick a different scroll if you want.
But I was hired on to the airship to make sure that it doesn't fall out of the sky.
So you remember how airships work, right?
Yeah. Kind
Yeah.
of.
Like you have to have a mage. The mage is essentially the conductor of an airship. Like you're the one who's burning the
Come on.
scrolls and casting the magic into the engine and fixing it and
Yeah.
protecting it from other mages who are shooting it with lightning bolts. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's important
I feel like that's part of the
because it
reason why I'm
shouldn't
there.
fly.
Yeah,
right.
It's not the flyingest thing.
It's not supposed to. All right, awesome. Okay. I'm gonna go back around. So we're gonna pick gifts. Holker, your first one is what? First background.
My first background is Ranger, and my gifts are of the mountain and territorial.
Love it. And you picked your second one. What is it?
For devout, it's going to be saint.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Just to give people a little idea, saint, you died once, or did you? And were brought back by a being of power to fulfill a purpose. This death could have been physical or an evil death. They're signs of your rebirth.
Yeah, and that's also why I picked the flaw Forgotten Decades.
I love it. Kenneth, what about you?
My second gift. My second gift.
Yeah. What are your three gifts from Mage? Because you get two for the first,
magical,
one for the second.
Classically trained, and Sorcerer Supreme.
Okay. Yeah, Sorcerer Supreme. It's pretty straightforward. It means that people know who you are. You got the medallion. Magical. There's a table 3.13 gives you the activations.
I rolled at random to see what happens.
Cool. What do you have? What'd you get?
I got basically the world shakes, things, cabinets open and close, lights flicker.
So you're a witch.
Dogs and cats living together.
Living together. Totally anarchy.
Whoa. Sounds like a European campaign at this point.
All right, and Cody, what are you thinking for your backgrounds in your first?
So yeah, in the first one I'm picking addict. It's like
nice.
I love it.
It's like a fun one there.
Yeah.
And you get 2 for your first background.
So yeah, I'm gonna also take physician.
Okay. So you know how to hurt and heal people. And Hattie?
We're talking about gifts for the backgrounds?
Correct. And you get 2 gifts for the first one and 1 for the second.
Okay, so I got pirate and
Nice.
worldly.
Good. Yep. So you can know a lot of stuff from those things.
Yeah.
And what about your third gift?
The third gift that would be my second background.
Yep.
So that one is, let me see, did I already write it down? Criminal.
Good. Okay. I love it. All right. And Cody, do you have your third gift? If need be, not. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if need be, like it seems like you guys are really good at making choices. Sometimes people don't. I just say roll a d8, and because there should be 8 in all of them. Awesome. Nice. All right. So those are backgrounds. Backgrounds. Everything you guys just said are traits. Okay. So all your title traits, they're traits. Everything from backgrounds, all traits. So you could bid apothecary. You could bid your gift. You could bid whatever the title things are. The reason there's a distinction is to give you guys a start. You got your title traits. It's like every character has those, right? And then you get gifts down, you get traits beyond those. All of it's traits. Your name is a trait. Okay? You can literally bid your name. I go open the door and there's the vampire. Oh shit, he's gonna fly and I kick him in the fucking face. All right, bid. What do you bid? I bid my name. Awesome. I love that. That's a story, right? Okay. Something we're gonna get. A little bit of maintenance. We're making full characters. Usually I go like light, but you guys know. I know that you can handle this. So we're gonna make full-on characters. With your backgrounds, it gives you extra picks. All right? Maybe a needless complication, but I think it's cool, so we're going to rock and roll and do it. Every background you choose, which means you got 2, you get an ability. So somewhere on your sheet, where you have that, you have like 12 picks for proficiencies, abilities, whatever. You get 2 extra abilities. Make note of that. You also get some ninja gear. All right? You get to pick one of these. So, for apothecary, This would be at the top, and this is for all the backgrounds. It'll be at the very top, right underneath the title, under whatever the background is. Kits. You pick obviously the one ability pick, great, and then one of those options for ninja gear. Just write that down on your sheet under ninja gear. It should be on the back of your page. If it says something like a random whatever or 4 vials chosen from the, we will deal with that when we get to ninja gear. Call them loadouts. Hey, look, it's Mike's girlfriend. All right. The artwork in this book, actually, the idea was inspired by my buddy Overone. He showed me the way of doing it, but I wanted it to have sort of a watercolor look. So we took cosplay that many of the people that you might recognize did, and then we beautified it. My ex-girlfriend, who actually helped a lot in the making of this book, in certain ways, is throughout it. Is that weird?
Is what?
Is it weird? It's a little weird. Flipping through. I'm like, yeah, there she is.
Is throughout it? Is that what you said? Throughout?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said is stubouted, and I don't know what
She's
stubouted
stubouted.
is. I was like, is stubouted? Is it weird that she's stubouted? I don't know, but she sounds good. I don't know. Yeah.
Stubouted.
It's not weird. It's just what it is.
Proficiencies are rerolls. Now, bottom left of your sheet, you'll see that you can have up to 4 in each of these. This, in the errata for DreadLore, is simplified. All right? So we're going to do a simplified version of this because I think it's just better that way. The original way is each one of those categories, you kind of had to justify, okay, well, I'm doing violence. I can use a violence reroll, right? Now you don't have to do that. Instead, you can just mark those categories out. You have a number of rerolls, and that's how many times you can do rerolls. So it makes it a lot easier, a lot more straightforward. Now, the balancing game you're going to have to figure out is how many abilities and how many upgrades to those abilities do you want versus your rerolls. You could have 12 rerolls. It's awesome. It means when you roll your dice, you pick 1 die to reroll, that's 1. Right? Pick another die, that's 2. But you'd have very, very few abilities. So think on that. We're going to be making decisions soon with abilities. All right. Ken, I'm going to start with you. Because obviously you have Magicka as an ability.
Yes.
Yep. All right. So what scrolls did you pick?
I just picked Mage Staff, and I picked Scroll of the Void.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, I would.
You're fucking arcanist.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you, dude. It's whatever you want.
And I was thinking of the air and fire one, the other air and fire scroll.
That one's great. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. Air and flame. Okay, so something does not come from nothing in Magicka. All right. If you want to cast the fireball, you have to get the ambient heat from somewhere. Mm-hmm. So a fire mage is also an ice mage, right? Okay. So just so that's sort of understood, think Avatar, airbender shit. You can like pull from the sun or whatever. The void, you're pulling from the aether. You're pulling from beyond. This is a place of chaos. And anytime you do it, there's a cost, which is sanity. And anyone that sees it also pays that price.
Sure.
So just be careful with how you use it.
Yeah.
Air and flame is natural, so it's less dangerous in that regard. It's a little more useful with an airship. If you want to power the airship with void magic, it's going to be a little weird. but you can absolutely do it. And that's when you get into telekinesis and teleportation and all kinds of shit.
Did we say I could have 1 or 2 scrolls of magic?
You can have both. You have both abilities, and you have 12 picks for abilities. You can have all the scrolls if you want it.
Yeah.
You just will suck at them.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Now, for you, you have magical control. Magical control is associated with every scroll, which means you could have magical control 1. That's what it starts out as for void magicka. Well, if you get the scroll of air and flame, it's also got its own magical control.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So you could have control 3 on void and control 1 on air and flame. So you spend your points pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of something. So I could probably could I do magic control? Yeah, but I would do it in reverse. I'd do 3 on air and flame and 1 on scroll of the void.
Sure. Completely up to you. All right, we'll do Cody real quick. So if you go to abilities, which is 150, we have 12 picks. Now, the easy way of doing this, I would say, is split these up. Take 6 of them, throw them into rerolls. So just 6 proficiencies. That's done. And that means you got 6 picks for your abilities and 2 from your backgrounds. It means you get 8 picks for your abilities. That's what I would do. You do not have to do this.
Wait, I don't understand what choice you're making there. You're saying you could choose 6 and 8 and versus what? Like dividing up 14?
Right. So, yeah. So this is what's going on.
Okay.
Your tier of play gives you a number of picks to choose between all of it.
That's what I was.
And then you gain 2 extra one for your backgrounds.
Gotcha. Okay.
I say just cut them in half. Do 2 here or do these. Yeah. And in the errata, it just says to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and so
Cody,
sorry, tier 2 is 12. Otherwise, I can look it up.
Correct. It is 12.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. And then you get 2 abilities on top of that.
Yeah.
Because of your backgrounds. All right. So Cody, I suggest you should break out some manuals of theurgy if you want to do theurgy. Or you could just be an apothecary that has alchemy and you just use it. But if you want a potion mix and like be able to improve or fuck around mobile lab type stuff, you need to have an ability for theurgy, specifically alchemy. How I would do that?
Where that is.
So go to page, go 192.
192, that's where I'm on.
Yeah. You see the Journal of Alchemy.
Yep.
Now, this gets into rules. Yeah. Yep. And this gets into a whole bunch of lore and some mechanics and some spectacular artwork. Sexy artwork. The long and the short is this. When you make an alchemical elixir, it takes time. So most of the time, you've already got your shit mixed and you're ready to go. Like the actual in-game play, you don't really use it much, right? But what you can have is be like, okay, well, pre-mix stuff. Like, think of like, you got your tequila and you got your margarita mix. Hey, it's a margarita. And that's pretty much how it works. So you mix these 2 things together, and because you have that ability, you don't blow up. That's pretty much how it works. So I would look through Journal of Alchemy. I would not mess with the rules so much. Just go to page 198, and you'll see the actual abilities. Because you're not going to use them in this game. Not really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I threw a PDF of all the different, like it's like a quick.
Yeah.
All
right.
Breakdown of the alchemy in the chat if you want to look at it, but it might confuse you. So.
For Hattie, your guy, what kind of stuff can he do? Is it more combat? social.
Yeah. So he's. So I kind of looked through some of this stuff, and I'm thinking that like tradition of mysticism of the self.
Hell yeah.
With,
you
where,
get
like,
mystic.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking about kind of that mixed with either some of the Codex of Mastery or the Treatises of War.
Yeah, it's great.
And so
you got it.
I
Make
think
your
that
picks. Everything is 1-to-1.
Okay, cool. So right, I'll just like write them down.
Yeah, just write them down.
Okay.
Now,
That's great.
so you guys know, here's how upgrades work. Upgrades are just a pick. This is what they mean, unless it is specifically stated as an exception. They give you a +1. So let's say you've got, let's flip over to, since we're in alchemy, page 198. Let's say you hit basics. Okay, basics are really good. Cody, you see it says there in the brackets, the basics. That is a trait you get. So you have the ability, basics, and you get a trait called the basics. So it gives you have 2 traits there as that you can bid. You could say, I want to upgrade that once. Boom, that's a pick. That means if you use that ability, you get a +1 success to it. You can upgrade anything twice. So the idea is you could have a +2 successes using that ability. This is what that means. I'm going to take a turn. I'm going to do something that affects the fiction. It's going to be, I'm going to throw this Molotov cocktail that I made myself. Cool. What do I bid? I'm going to bid my physicality athletic. I just chose that. I put it down. Physicality, I wrote athletic. I launched this thing. The Arbiter says, cool, you got to throw down some dice to see if you actually hit the group of, monsters or something with your Molotov cocktail. When you throw down your dice, you're looking for a number of successes. We've not gone over this, but just accept the fact that you're looking for big numbers. All right? If you have basics as that ability, you could say, oh, I want to add basics to this. You get extra successes because you've upgraded it. If you haven't upgraded it, it doesn't do anything. Okay? So the way that roll would go, I'm going to take this Molotov cocktail, light it on fire, and I'm going to chuck it at the monsters. Cool. What do you bid? I bid, I hate monsters. It's my motto. Cool. Happens. Throw down your dice. Magic dice. Magic dice. You need a certain number of successes. All right. It's a lot of successes I need. I need more. I'm going to activate this ability, basics, which I will go over. Boom. Do you have any upgrades on it? Yeah, I got 2. Oh, 2 extra successes. That's how it works. Thus, upgrades are good. Sometimes there's an exception that says, nah, that's not what it does. And it literally tells you what it does. All right, you all take some time, look at some cool sounding abilities. We'll do those, and then we'll go into a little bit of actual how mechanics work, the dice roll, and then we're going to play. Yep. I shall return in a moment.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good time to take a little break, and we'll be back in just a few seconds.
You have something that defends you. So it could be armor, it could be a shield, it could be whatever, you know. And you have something utilitarian. So all characters are going to start out with at least that. Now, how cool their shit is, that varies as widely as anything, right? You could be like, I've got a spoon. It's utilitarian, and it's a big spoon made of metal, and I hit people with it. Cool. I'm fine with that. I don't care, right? And a metal skirt. Awesome. Whatever flair it is that your character has, right? I'm a cook in full plate armor. Fine. You're a pirate. Somehow you got the thunk. No one has ever seen your face. I love it. Whatever you want to do. Just understand you'd be rolling around in an airship in full plate armor. So, who has armor? Raise your hand. Oh, what does armor do? It basically gives you extra hit points. Okay.
Is it?
We have one person with armor.
I mean, mages don't really wear armor, so I feel like
I would wear armor. What the fuck you talking
I'll
about?
probably have light armor, like a.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going into battle, then
yeah.
But you're not going to roll around the ship in armor unless you're a psycho.
No, just like some leather, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe an asbestos
This ain't D&D. Yeah, this ain't D&D. Mages wear armor. They're not stupid.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I'm gonna go into the battlefield without any armor on. No, I wear a hat.
It helps me magic better.
Right. So, who has armor? Raise your hand. Okay. You have light, medium, and heavy. This is all detailed in the book under armor with really cool pictures. Page 277. Write down what kind of armor you have. And there's some examples there. It tells you the numbers you need. Just make note of it. Okay. Who has a weapon? You all have weapons. Great. All right. So you got light, medium, and heavy. Guess what? It's that symmetry I'm talking about.
Can I have a staff?
Of course, weapons are on 280, 281.
But that's not.
That is part of your. That's part of your ninja gear kit.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have a mage's staff. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, have a fucking mage's staff. Have a wand too. I get as much mage shit as possible.
Yeah, I mean a staff and maybe like a little knife, like a knife.
Yeah. A kniff. Yeah. So a kniff, if it's a small kniff, it'd be a light weapon. It means it's well, you can see the stats there. When I made this game, I was of the mindset that rolling for damage was a good thing. So all of the equipment has damage dice. And it's pretty cool. You know, now I've grown up and I realize you should probably just have static numbers, but I'm going to force you guys to do it the real way. Luckily, these categorizations or classifications, as they're known in the book, light, medium, and heavy, they all pretty much do the same thing, unless there's an exception. For example, light weapon is a D4, a medium weapon is a D4 plus 1. A heavy weapon is a D6 plus 1. All right, those are mostly handheld things. Now, if you have a firearm, which you can, if you want a Thergic firearm, perfectly fine, basically a gun, it does twice that. So, a light weapon would be 2d4. Medium would be 2d4 plus 1. Heavy would be 2d6 plus 1. Let's put this into perspective really fast. On your sheet, on the right side below your aspects, you will see your attributes. Now, plot armor, we're going to calculate here in a moment. This is plot armor. Okay? Other people that are not the players don't have this. You'll note that you have 6 wounds and you have 6 sanity. If either one goes to 0, you die. Or you go insane, right? So it's up to you when you take, a bullet to the face and it deals 8 damage. Well, that would kill you. Well, there's a reason that it doesn't. Maybe you take 3 wounds and 3 sanity. That's up to the player. You get to designate and allocate where that damage goes. Of course, it's got to go through your plot armor first because, you're heroes. My point. Bad guys have anywhere from like 6 to 10, if they're pretty tough, vitality. So if you're rolling 2d6 to damage, you dig what I'm saying? It's rather deadly. Now, of course, they're going to have armor on that's going to add to their vitality. They're going to have shitty Arbiter vitality because I want them to be badass. They might have what's called wound levels to where they just get double their hit points unless you're hitting their vital spot. They can be hard to kill, but a firearm is very, very deadly. A sword is very, very deadly. All right. Let's calculate some attributes. Has everyone picked their aspects? Let's do that right quick, and that will get us get us like 97% done. Holker, have you allocated yours?
Yeah, I picked mine.
Sweet. Have you already done your attributes and all that good stuff?
Yeah.
Cool.
What do we roll for the aspects?
So you don't roll anything for them.
Oh.
You allocate, you got 1 rank in everything, and then you get 10 ranks on top of that.
Oh, okay.
Max is 6 in any one.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So, for example, the mage, you're going to want something good in mind, because mind is almost always what you roll. Not necessarily. You could be the kind of mage that only uses brawn. It's like from your physicality, that would be okay. I would say wits is probably not good, and grace is probably not good. So make some choices. It's not the end of the world if it's off. We can always modify it.
I do have a question about magical control.
Hit it.
Is that an upgrade that I need to get, or is that an upgrade that I can get with my starting attributes?
You can get it with your starting.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a way of making mage characters bleed their resources.
Yeah.
So that you're not all powerful at the get-go.
Yeah.
Now, when we play, it's much harder to advance magical control. So it is good to have it early on.
Yeah. So, what would a magical? What I was looking for, and for some reason I just can't.
It's 1 to
find it.
5. Yeah, it's in the beginning of near the front of abilities where Art of Magicka is.
Yeah.
It's 1 to 5. 1 starts out humble. 5 is called prime, where you can do fine things.
Right.
Pretty much the higher it is, that means the more long-lasting, the less fleeting, the more intricate, just the more control you have over it.
Right. And that's a different magical control for each.
Yep.
Scroll. Is that correct?
Right. Yep.
And that would take an ability point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ability pick. Yeah.
An ability pick.
Or an upgrade pick. That's the thing. You get, technically you have 14, and you can do it however you want.
Sure.
But you want to save some of those for proficiencies.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd save 6 for proficiencies and the rest. So I just want to get the math right. If I upgrade the Scroll of the Void to 2 and Iron Flame to 2, that's 3 traits. And then to have magical control 2 in each of those, that's an additional 2 traits.
So what it would be, let's walk through it. Let's say you pick Iron Flame, so that's 1.
Yeah. 1.
You upgrade it twice, so now you're at 3.
Mm-hmm.
It starts at magical control 1.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to raise it up to, let's say 3, that's 2 more. So you've spent 5.
Yeah. Okay. And there's 14 total to divide between proficiency and abilities. That's correct?
There's 12, and then you get 2 extra ones for abilities.
Right.
Yeah. So the easy way would be you have 8 picks.
Okay.
But again, you can get really granular with it.
Right. And Magical Control 2 requires 2 picks.
1.
1. Okay.
Because it starts at.
All right.
Now, why is that? Well, because what does Magical Control 0 mean?
Nothing.
It's like, yeah, you got it. You can't use it. It's okay. It's fucking stupid. And I've been through a lot of variations of this game. I made it simpler. It doesn't matter. There's always questions. Why is rank 1 0 dice? Listen, just go with it. Just go with it. I've had a lot of conversations about this. Trust me.
I got it. I got you. I'm here. I'm with you. We're playing some games.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're gonna hit it. All right. How are we on aspects? I'm gonna give you guys 10 seconds to make your final choices. Ready?
What is grace about? Is that like physical grace, or is it grace
physical.
all over? All
Physical
across the
grace.
spectrum?
Yeah.
Just physical grace.
Grace is a physical. Wits is mental.
Okay. And then mind is like what, your constitution of self or something?
Mind would be your mental power.
Okay.
And brawn is your physical power.
Okay.
You trying to
what
hurt
do we
somebody?
roll when we roll aspects? We're rolling a 10.
Oh, I'll hook you up here in a minute.
Okay.
So that's a good point. Everybody get out a D10. Okay. This is your action die. You always get to roll this. Okay? You get your action die. There's a very, very few circumstances when you don't. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to be rolling a D10. Okay? For your action die. That was fucking funny. All right. Here's your action die. You roll your action die with your aspect die. Okay? So let's say we're going to make a brawn roll. So, Holker, what do you have for brawn?
I have 3 ranks in brawn.
Which means your die is what?
Which means my die is a D6.
Okay. What do you have, Hattie, in your brawn?
Same.
Okay. And Cody?
2.
So what die is that?
4.
Correct. So if you're going to make a roll, you roll your aspect die, so your brawn, and your action die, your D10. Roll them together. Go ahead, roll them. This is called throwing down. Your throwdown is your action die and your aspect die. All right? Now, if you had a rank 1 in one of these, you would just roll your D10, your action die. Dig? All right. You're looking for successes. These are successes. On the die, 4 to a 7 is 1 success. 8 and higher is 2 successes. What that means is, if you have a larger die type, a bigger die type, you can get more successes. For example, let's say I roll my D10, right? I roll it, let's say I get a 10. That's 2 successes on that one die. Then I roll, let's say my D8. I get an 8. 2 more successes. It's 4 successes, right? That's how it works. Now let's say I was like, oh shit, I want to activate my basics alchemy, which I gave 2 upgrades. 2 more successes. We'll get there.
So certain things on the die are successes.
4 to a 7
from
and
4
an
to 7.
8 up. And it's per die. So you do not add them together.
So just higher than 4, or am I missing something there?
4 to a 7. So for example,
between 4
and 7. Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Right, and then 8 and anything else. So that's kind of like 4. It's anything above a 4 on any die. Is that right?
Yep. That's
Okay,
1
okay.
success. But 8 and higher is 2 successes.
Ah, I see. Gotcha.
Right.
So it's, okay.
And you're looking for a certain number of successes. That's your threshold.
Mm.
All right. So everybody's going to roll. We're going to say this is a moderately easy threshold. It'll be a threshold of 1. Everybody make a roll. We'll do wits. So your action die is a d10. And whatever your wits is, roll those 2 dice. That's your throwdown. Tell me how many successes you got total.
I got 2.
Okay. What were the 2 numbers you got?
2 5s.
Excellent. Cody?
I got 3, a 10, and a 5.
Nice. Ken?
I got 3. I got a 10 and a 7.
And Holker?
I rolled an 8 and a 3, so that is 2.
Correct. So the threshold was 1. You guys beat it. That's great. So that's a success. Here's the thing. If you meet the threshold, it is limbo. If you meet it. So if you only got 1 success, it's a yes, you succeed, but situation. All right? May not be negative, but it's not quite as you expected, right? That's a yes, but. If you meet the threshold, it's limbo. If you exceed it, it's a clean success. It's what you wanted. If you beat it by more than 2, that's considered a critical. You get what's called a narrative point, and you get to decide something cool about the narrative. All right? So, pretty sure everybody beat it by at least 2, except for Holker. So you all would get narrative points. And you get to say, oh, well, instead of punching the guy in the face, I punch him in the dick, or whatever it is. All right. Aspects good. Your plot armor is equal to your ranks in brawn and mind. So whatever rank you have in brawn, whatever rank you have in mind, Adam, that's your plot armor. If you have armor on, you add it to that.
Wait. Whatever is in brawn and what?
And mind.
Oh, mind. Okay.
So, what kind of armor did you have? Light, medium, or heavy? Heavy.
Light.
Okay. That means you get +2 plot armor. And then Cody doesn't have on armor. There you go. All right, your cunning is your grace and your wits combined. The ranks. So if you had rank 2 in grace, rank 3 in wits, you'd have 5 cunning.
I got everything. The dogs just need to go out.
You're good. You're good. Cunning is super important, as we'll find out here in a second. Your breath. All of you have 3 breath. Your breath is your backgrounds +1. You all have 2 backgrounds +1. That is 3. Here's what all that means. Cunning lets you go first. In DreadLore, the bad guys go first. Now, technically, the order of operations is the world goes. So this is things that no one controls except for the powers, the beings of power. The world goes, is the world action. Then it is the antagonist's turn. And then it's the player's turn. It's completely up to you who goes first among the players. A better way of saying this, as it said in the book, is world action. So the Arbiter describes the scene. Then, if anyone wants to spend cunning, the cunning action. You get to go if you want. You drop a point of cunning. Bad guys, players. So if you drop cunning, you get to go twice in 1 round, which is powerful. How do you get cunning back? By completing your goals. Okay? If you get a goal, then you get some cunning back, and that's detailed later. Breath. Go on.
Oh no, I see the blank of blank. The first blank is like my tally, and the other one is my max. And we're talking about
Right.
calculate our max.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Your breath. If you spend a point of breath, 1, you kind of age in your soul, in your you get white hair, whatever it is, the metaphysical thing. It allows you to immediately go meet the threshold. You go to limbo. So let's say I'm like, all right, You're going to go punch God. Cool. I spend a point of breath, punch God. Technically, you do. You meet the threshold. It is a limbo situation. So it's yes, you do, but, and of course, that'd be a big but. The way you get breath back is the same way you get cunning back. You meet goals. If you run out of breath, that is when that D10, your action die, goes down to a D8. Breath is it's the 90-pound mother who lifts the car to save her child. She spends breath, right? It's that moment where you defy the physical, or do you defy the mental? You get it done, but she rips all the muscles in her body, right? It's that moment. And there's a cost too, a fiction cost, right? Like if you're a person who's dropping breath all the time, you're going to get weary in your soul. And the actual mechanic is that period of life starts going down. So eventually you get rough, you have all these derangements and flaws, and you just this very rough character. Okay. That's pretty much it. Couple extra things. I think Cody can hear us. I'm pretty sure. Pips and narrative points. So narrative points, these are things in the moment that you can spend a narrative point and you can change something small about the narrative. Hey, I'm going to drop a narrative point to say that it's not raining so hard. Yeah, there's a lull in the storm. That's a narrative point. You can have a maximum of 5. Pips, the same thing, just about the past. For example, you get to a cliff face. You guys are going to descend this cliff. How? Well, we're going to use rope. Well, who brought rope? Oh, I spend a pip to say I brought the rope. Okay, cool. So you have pips, and you got narrative points. Pips are the past, narrative points are the now. I did not plan that to actually work, but it did.
Mm-hmm.
Pips past, narrative points now. And a lot of times when you do cool shit in game, the Arbiter will gift you with these things. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking A. Let me make coffee. We'll wait for Cody to get back with the Doogs. And we'll rock and roll in this airship.
Do you want to... do you want me to... should we talk about our characters a little bit?
Yeah, I say you guys discuss, because you guys are on the ship together and you're obviously the best of friends. So
yeah,
figure out each other's names, figure out who you are. You've been on the ship for at least 2 or 3 weeks, at least. You could be on here for months or a year or 2. It's up to you. It'll be Captain Von Penn is the guy's name.
Von Penn.
See, I thought his name was Von Pan, and I was coming here because I thought he was really into bread. Wrong ship. Now what am I doing?
That's a fail.
It happens, you know.
So tell me a little bit about your self. What's the name of your character, Maddie?
Solidus.
Solidus?
That's actually like the technical term for a slash, the character, you know. But if that one's over your head, a little keyboard information there. But yeah, I don't know. He's
Slash. I went to like isn't he a guitar player?
No, I'm thinking like backslash. Forward slash.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like, it's a Solidus.
Linux.
You go by Sol or whatever. SOL. Shit out of luck.
Yeah,
that's
a good name.
That's who I go up against. But yeah. Do you want me to tell you about the character?
Yeah, talk about, like, you know, his general thoughts and feelings about life on the ship. Are you the cook on the ship, or are you just kind of stowing away? What's going on?
No, yeah, I got a job on the ship, you know, because I'm actually I mean, I would make up all sorts of stuff, so I don't know how the story will go, but I'll just say that maybe there was like somebody that I was following because I wanted to steal something from them for some job, essentially, and so I ended up like on the ship. I think like cook is often what I'm doing when I'm not on a quest to find and steal things or like break into something or whatever. Yeah,
So
I mean, I have all sorts of like, you probably wouldn't know it, but I have hidden blades everywhere, and maybe I have like a dagger or something on my back. Like maybe one weapon that you might see or something like that. But I've got like wrapped. My armor is like wrapped leather stuff, and in general, I think that the character comes off as like like a well-worn traveler kind of person who's been around, sort of thing. Not like in the middle of some great journey, but like, I'm not tied to any given place, I guess, And
you roam if you want to roam around the world.
Roam if you want to, exactly, roam around the world, yeah, for sure. And but yeah, like I think I always have something I'm doing. So this time is I'm pretty focused on whatever the fuck cooking food for people. I'm guessing the airship is pretty big,
Yeah,
so
it's pretty big. I might be able to share my screen. I probably won't be able to because things are stupid, but we'll give it a shot. We'll see.
It could also be like you're bad at things, things aren't stupid. It might be that you're bad at things. I don't know.
Yeah, it won't let me. But we are streaming. I can post our link to see what the airship looks like.
Oh, do you have a picture of the airship?
I do. I got a photo of the airship. Do you like YouTube or Twitch better?
YouTube, I guess.
Okay. I gotcha. Sometimes I'm slow. Tell us a little bit about your character, Cody.
Your name's George. Because I am so uncreative with names. I'm an addict looking for his next fix, and I do that because I'm a doctor, and I'm taking care of your asses. Gotta keep up my addiction,
George is the name?
Yeah.
Do we know you're a medic, or are we afraid of you because you're on drugs?
I feel like you know I'm a medic, but you don't know anything about the drug addiction yet.
Okay.
I might have an idea that you're somewhat on the drug. I would say that you and I might know each other because we collaborate. If I'm a cook and you're an apothecary, then it makes sense.
Yeah.
Let him cook.
If you're
That's got to be one of your traits. Let him cook.
yeah,
Holker. But tell us a little bit about your character. What's their name and?
My name is Lepid Osaria. Oh, okay. Yeah. Lepid is a guard for food stores of a monastery. And the reason why is because his metabolism is so low, they know he's not going to steal any for himself because he just forgets to eat for like a month, and it's cool.
fun.
Nice. And as we know, I'm Winchester Fuck, and I'm a wizard. And I keep the airship afloat, or help. I'm in the crew of magical.
Of magical somebodies. Did you say your name is Winchester LaFuck? Is that what you said?
No, I didn't say LaFuck. I said Fark.
Fark, as in Winchester Fark.
As in,
Winchester Fuck.
Good. Awesome. All right, so Winchester, Hattie, what's your guy's name?
Solidus. Saul.
Saul.
Like the sun.
Okay. And Cody?
George.
George? Solid kingly name. Awesome. The captain is obviously an NPC. Von Penn. No one actually knows his first name. Is he tall, Denna Sabline, Imperious. He's tall for Adena. He's like 6'3", 6'4". His hair is salt and peppery, comes down like halfway down his back. It's massive beard. He is a joyous guy, but big laugh. Stereotypical smuggler pirate. Maybe in his 40s or 50s. It's kind of hard to tell. He carries a hand cannon on both hips. They're always loaded. He's renowned. He's infamous, more than famous. And this is not his first ship. We'll say. He's an enigmatic person. So likely you guys don't really talk to him, although he does seem to know all of your names, even people that have just come on the ship. He's quite aware, savvy individual, but mostly he's in his quarters and plotting, planning. Anyone who's been on the ship for more than a few weeks knows that Von Penn has mood swings. And there are times that the first mate will actually lock the door to his cabin and no one can see him, sometimes for, weeks on end. That is not the case yet. How long have you guys been on the ship?
The question I had was how long of a journey is this? How long of journeys do airships take?
They can be in the air for a very, very long time if they're until their supplies run out.
So I should think of them kind of as ships back when we didn't have planes that could go across the ocean.
Correct.
Something like that. Okay.
There are also nautical ships, but
but months to get across an ocean, or months to go across the world, or something like months and months.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a very nautical theme. Airships do move pretty fast, but they don't move as fast as planes or jets or anything. Yeah. They're just not fettered by, mountains and shit, but they are by weather and other airships. So there are zones that sort of Bermuda Triangle type shit where they don't fly as well. People avoid, lots and lots of reasons for the Arbiter to say it took a long time. You guys went from the west of Craster. Now in the book, oh my God, there's a sexy, sexy map. Hold. All right. I clicked on it immediately because I'm on the... Go to chapter 8. It's page 320. This was a map drawn by Dalton Anderson. So you see the Miri Expanse, or Miroshi Expanse. You guys are nearish to the Great Drop. This is the right side of the map, the big desert area. You have traveled from the Sea of Stars, which is all the way to the west. There are a bunch of islands, too many to count. A lot of pirate islands. Think of just a fantasy-style Polynesia, Pirates of the Caribbean type thing going on there. Rife with trade, every culture you can imagine. The main place there is called Divvy Town. And, it's scum and villainy and Mos Eisley in this universe. Von Penn would have set out from there, made several stops. You pretty much avoid the rainy wilds, the middle. This is an Amazonian area. This is where the Zunths are from. Think Aztec, think Indiana Jones, anything like that. Likely Von Penn did some stuff down in northern Azraelia, so that's that southern continent. looped around, and then you're headed towards the Great Drop, although you are not going into the Great Drop. The Great Drop, it's a massive drop. No one knows, Cliffs of Insanity large, okay? There are random storms there, and ships and everyone gets lost. Like, it's bad news bears to actually go into the Great Drop. You have to be insane to do that. But you are skirting it. So how long has it been? You've been on there? We'll say that he left 6-8 months ago from Divvy Town. So at some point along the way, you could have boarded his crew, or you could have been with him the whole time.
Yeah. I've been here for a while. On the ship. Ship in shape.
I can see Von Penn being perfectly fine with a Void Mage on board. Because he's insane.
Shaping ship. Not just I mean I don't share that part of me often. That part is mine.
Right.
He keeps me around because I'm good with the fire and air magic.
The first mate has always had a bit of a quirky feeling about you. His name is Bald, and he is bald. He's got the Picard, but he's let it grow out, right? So imagine like a mullet, but he's bald, right? White stringy hair he ties back. He's still living large, believing that no one notices. Short, squat dude. He is gonna be a Drowadan. So he's only maybe 4.5 feet tall, this dude. For the Canadians amongst us, like 1.5 meters, something like that.
I know Imperial as well as...
Oh yeah, it's about... Do you guys use Imperial?
For certain things. We switch them out depending on what we're doing.
Right. Oh yeah, so that's the first mate. His name is Bald, and with an E, and the captain is Von Penn. There's a slew of other crew. They've come and gone back and forth. Okay, you got your cook going. Winchester, are you the main mage, or are you sort of a backup?
I'm probably a backup. I'm too much of a... I'm a little clumsy. I'll do the wrong thing and then save it.
Okay, so the engineer... the engineer is a guy named Oddwald. He's from the college. He's probably Circle 3, which means he's a competent air and flame mage, and is generally using, his magics. He'll go around the engines, making sure the runes are correct. You can tell that he did not carve these runes, but he empowers them with chaos and energy, and has a whole ritual. Maybe every 4 hours, depending on the winds, is the sun up, are the stars out, calculating all of that and keeping the engines going. Awesome. Now, who is the newest?
I'm gonna say that
I just got on
for some time.
You just did. Okay. Let's
I think
I got on at the last episode.
Cool.
Yeah, I would also probably say that I got on at the last stop.
Okay, so you guys have been on the ship for, we'll say 3 days. 3 days and nights. So about maybe half a week, coming up on a week. You'd have come from Azraelia, we'll say one of the smaller towns. Just as you get close to the belly, people are not. It's sort of like a, what do you call it? A border town. Lots of traffic through, but not a lot of people staying. And just because I'm a pedantic person, I'm actually going to tell you which one it was. It'll be Drode. So it's DROD. This is run by the Drode Abad, as in that is the Azraelian family that runs this border town. That's where you guys come from. So you can use that information as however you want. If you wanted to, for example, speak Azraelian, perhaps you'd been there for a while. Totally up to you. Just food for thought. We're going to start. Oh, the ship. As the ship looks. All right. I should have sent this to Ken, but I didn't. Sorry. Let me find a phone really quick. And then you guys can fucking have this. So the ship, I mean, it looks like a schooner. All right. Just there's no sail. Instead, there is a blimp. It's got on deck. Okay. So that's the deck. There's a few ladders that go up to this blimp that's high above you. Maybe 20, 30 feet up. And then you can actually crawl up onto the blimp. There's a crow's nest on top of it and below it. If you go down below deck, you got the first level. This is where the cabins, supplies that are needed. Also, the head is here. That's the shitter at the head of the ship. Keep on going down. Second level, you have the actual stow. And this is where most of you are not allowed to go, unless you have like a very special reason to. That's where the booty, the treasure, the smuggled goods that you probably should not be traveling with are down there. The back of the ship, by and large, is off limits. It is the theurgic mechanical elements of the engine, that's behind closed doors. It's locked. There's runes and seals all over it, and only mages go in there. So if you're a mage, you can go in there. Shouldn't touch anything. This is the kind of theurgy, this engine, that the world doesn't quite remember how to build. Okay? So they repair it, but you don't want it to get messed up. On deck, there's the part of the engine that has where Oddwald, well, you actually see him doing his incantations, and you can walk around that. Also, you got your captain's quarters up there, and then the poop deck. So, if you don't know what any of that means, think of a pirate ship. There's a blimp on top. That's basically it. On the front of the ship, you have a ballista, which has a big old harpoon on it. It's a tow cable. You can actually put a ballista bolt on it. And on the back of the ship, you have a ballista as well. You're not really made to go toe-to-toe with other airships. But you could. Normally, you would use those things to actually shoot at a ship, pull it into you, and board it. And that's how you'd rock and roll. Let me send this picture. Oh man, it's so good.
It's like I'm on the right ship so far.
Yeah. You guys are gonna love this ship. It's sexy. You can see my silly pants. Hold on a second.
Do you see the ship that I'm streaming a ship that I made.
I did not.
But I'm not sharing my screen right now because it's difficult. Everything's difficult.
Right. I understand.
Suck. Is that what you said? Things are shitty?
Why am I airdropping this? Oh, fuck it, I'll do it.
Airdrop it all across America. I think that it's pretty cool that we have someone on the furthest east coast of America and the furthest, at least on the land part.
Can you?
He's on an island.
Coast.
Can you guys open that
true.
file? It's in HEIC.
What is? I can open it. Where did you put it?
In the chat.
It's in the chat.
Oh yeah, no. If I click on it, can you put it somewhere else? Because that was a whole thing.
That was hilarious.
That was
All right.
Okay, 'cause I can't
All right.
access that part of the chat.
Yeah. All right. I did the other chat.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's what
And
happens
you guys
when.
can.
That's what happens when. Then the whole screen went like, doop.
Just a big derp.
Kind of knew that would happen. It's like, okay.
All right. What are you all drinking?
I'm about to pour some bourbon.
Patty?
Water.
Soda water. Cody?
We'll switch to coffee.
Yep. Holger?
Water.
Sexy. All right. Down below on the first level, in the supply room. So next to the kitchen, names Saul. You are in the supply room. You're gathering, out of some crates, some vegetables and whatnot to cook. And you can see in the supply room as well, for whatever reason, is George, this Myroshi guy. You've seen him around on ship. Saul, it's up to you how you feel about this, how you feel about Myroshi in general. You know that you guys are flying over the Myroshi expanse. Why don't you guys describe your characters real quick?
I just
Cody.
wearing some like basic stuff. I got a nice pair of pants, a pair of slacks worn. I guess I don't know, some kind of.
You're a cook, right?
Yeah, it's like.
So you have
I
a
got some
silly
kind of-
pair of pants on. I have never seen a cook not wearing silly pants.
Well,
like
I
the
mean,
checkered
I'm not
pants,
really like. I'm more of a just like I'm cooking because no one else will cook. I think like I'm not the chef. Right, this is slightly different. I'm just cooking, so I don't know. Like maybe I'm just helping the actual chef. I'm doing the prep work because I'm good
Okay.
with blades. So, but I've got you can see that I've got some kind of like leather vest, and maybe like some kind of whatever. I don't know what the fuck people wear in this world, but maybe linen, shirt or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you're a pirate. You look like a pirate.
Yeah, basically. And I think he's got like a shama on his head wrapped up, just like he's got a head wrap basically as well.
Yep. You look like a sous chef.
Yeah.
And what about you,
I
George?
am basically just like a trench coat, like think Civil War garb, but like trench coat esque.
Okay.
That kind of give, and I was just kind of caught off guard.
George, how tall is your dude?
6 foot.
Okay, so he's actually a little bit short for his people, right?
Yep.
Okay. Still, he's 6
Hence
feet.
the addiction.
Ah.
I think my character's in the same realm, and he's like a wiry, somewhat tall person.
So, are you a Sibleen or are you a Silta? Or a Salta?
Salta, yeah.
Okay, so you have sort of a ruddy hair, some variable, could be brown, could be all the way to like fire engine red,
Yeah.
and sort of
like
half
rust.
healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look over, you see this Myroshi guy. There, you can tell, despite the height, there are subtle differences between Denna and Myroshi. Typically, they're like 6'5" or more. So he's,
Okay.
on the shorter stature. Maybe he's young. Kind of hard to tell, but yeah, you see
Okay.
that happen as you're sitting there with like some cabbage. What are you guys doing?
Nothing.
Wait, what did we see?
I swear I wasn't doing anything.
Did you say the captain came or something? What happened? I missed that.
No, I'm asking what you guys do.
Oh, what are we up to? Oh,
You're the
no,
only
I'm
two people. It's like you two and a cat.
I'm not even paying attention.
The
really.
cat did it. Cat stole it. It's all the cat's fault.
I mean, like,
Come on. I wasn't here.
is there someone supposed to? Are people not supposed to be down here? Is that a thing?
Usually they
No,
have a
it's-
reason. This is not off limits.
I would just see him maybe nod my head and get back to picking up lettuces. Or, I'm busy.
Sort of gruff. The sous chef gives you an eye and continues getting the vegetables, moving back into the kitchen. You hear the bubbling, boiling trouble and whatnot of the actual chef.
I mean, I might say like, you need some help down here. I don't know. It depends. Like
if you can give me,
Yeah.
if you can give me the good stuff, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, what are you looking for?
Some devil's lettuce.
Well, I'm not sure that that's what's for dinner, but if I see anything around, then I'll let you know.
Something to just tide the time.
All right.
So what do you do, Saul?
I'm just gonna let him keep rummaging around. It doesn't bother me really.
Sure. You do your such as you go back into the kitchen. Ukral, this is the actual chef. She is a Druidin, who is, you wouldn't call her a hooker to her face, but she's like the village tricycle. Beautiful pirate woman who knows how to cook really, really well. As she's sitting there chopping shit up, rather impatiently, she looks over at you, sweat just pouring down, her hair's all tied back up and whatnot, and like 2 or 3 ponytail things. She looks over. What took you so long? Come on, we got to get dinner going for 50 men.
All right.
Who the fuck is that? She looks past you. She's a Druidin. We'll say that she's 4 foot. She looks up around your waist. Who the fuck is that in my supplies?
So I don't know. Do you know him?
No, I don't fucking know him.
What do you want from me about it?
She just looks up at you, kind of like shoves you. Put the turnips in the stew thing and whatever I'm making over here.
All right.
God-forsaken man. You have to start carrying your weight.
Yeah, just let me know what you want.
Make the corn.
I can carry your weight 3 times over.
Oh, can you, big man? And she's like staring at you, half your height. Really? You think you can carry me here?
God's willing. God's willing.
So what do, Saul?
I just get back to work. I'm not looking for.
You get straight back to work. All right. So considering this situation, and you know she's hot-blooded. Obviously, you've dealt with her for a while.
Is she implying that I should go do something?
No. What do you bid to avoid an actual conflict with her?
Preternatural instincts.
I love it.
We're talking about the situation where it's like a territorial scenario,
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of a lot of pressure. So I would
love it.
do
So,
that and just like
bidding that.
Yeah.
So bidding that is your jumping off point for the description of what you actually do. So you bid preternatural instincts, and then what do we see you do? I don't want to know why. I want to know what you do.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I would just like make a pass at her that's not really committal. It's non-committal pass at her. I don't really know what I would say there. I don't have a lot of game, but
Make something up. She's hands on hips, looking at you.
I said about as much as I said. I could carry your weight, depending on whether you wanted me to or not.
So for some preternaturally, she, for some reason, likes you. As she kind of gives you a little bit of a snarl of a lip, and you turn around and start doing your thing. George, what are you doing in the supply room? As you see the vegetables and whatnot, there's plenty of other supplies. You hear this sort of engagement and that woman staring at you, giving you the eye until Saul apparently woos her.
I'm going to slowly creep out because I I don't like my presence being known in a place I don't know.
What were you doing?
Searching for some supplies.
Yeah, what supplies?
I'm broke. Some potion supplies so that I can refill my stock.
What do you bid to have found those?
I bid my addict.
I love it. Okay, as you bid that, that's your leaping off point. So tell us the scene that we see.
So I am hurrying through all of the supplies to try and find anything to itch that fix. Really need to itch that fix. And then when Saul came in and caught me, I was surprised and frightened, so I decided to scurry out of there as quick as possible before anybody did this.
But your addiction lets you find something. So what do you describe? They're not paying attention. You're in the supply hold next to the head, right? What do you find?
I'm gonna go with Violet here.
Yeah,
That's what I'm calling it, right?
sure.
I find some Violet
Okay, where?
in a barrel marked miscellaneous.
I love it. As you upend this barrel, the lid of it falls. You're in an airship. It's loud. You hear the wind going by and 50 sailors doing their things, doing sea shanties and shit. As you start getting in this barrel, and you find several things. One of which is a little bit of pigment. So it'll be in these little vials, and it'll be violet, and they're labeled. It's nice. Why don't we roll a d12? Holker, will you roll a d12? Hattie, will you roll a d12? Ken, will you roll a d12? Everybody, roll a d12. All right. Names. Lepid, what'd you get?
On my D20, I rolled a 12. D12. Okay, well,
D20.
on my D12, I rolled an 8. I rolled an 8.
All right. You can mark down, Lord George, liquid litmus. So you find a dropper bottle of labeled in Guo liquid litmus. This allows you to know the properties of different elixirs, specifically the different pigments, if they're poisons, what type of stuff they are. Would you roll, Saul?
8.
You also find some Licia Onye. You can
Nice.
spell that however you want. Licia Onye is a hallucinogen, among other things. It is favored by mystics, and whom are called weirdos or weird astronomers, for astrally projecting, or maybe they just get high.
That's great.
Winchester, would you roll?
I rolled a number 9.
Wow. You find some putty milk.
Ooh.
Don't get crazy. Putty milk. This is a milky opalescent liquid that's vitriolic enough to render metals into jelly. So it is very corrosive. It'd be this little paste, with a, we'll say an alchemically treated copper spoon that isn't affected with it.
There.
And then what did you roll yourself, Saul?
An 8.
An 8. So I think you get that too. We have 2 of those. So the bigger jar. It's like not the small Nutella, the bigger one. So that's what you find in miscellaneous amongst the other bits and pieces. Kind of like a Ren Fair barrel. There's a bunch of stuff. There's like a wine bottle, and it has like some wine in it or some rum. As you're picking that stuff up on top, Winchester, Where are you on this ship?
I'm probably taking a break from working all day. I can't
Hey, down
remember
below.
what my
Lazy witch.
First deck.
boss's name is. What was
It's
his name?
Aldwald.
Aldwald. Oh, I thought there was a different wizard boss. I'm probably bad mouthing my boss to anybody that's just standing around, maybe guarding things. You know.
Are you on deck or are you down below in the cabin?
I mean, I'd probably be giving an earful to LePierre, just about how shitty everything is, and like how he's like working me to the bone. I've been on this ship for, I don't know, I've been on this ship for 3 years now, maybe 5 years. It's just really a long time to be on a ship. I just need a break. This is too much. Are you even listening to me, LePierre?
As Lepid is, you guys will be on deck about, say, middle way. So just above the kitchen, you can hear and smell through the vents cooked, boiled cabbage. Above you, you know, people in the rigging and such testing the blimps. And we'll say, Lepid, you're sitting there with a mop, fucking going, taking to task, cleaning, because no one is just sitting idly by, save for your mage friend here. Action's on you. What are you doing?
Is it on me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Winchester. Can't you just make this mop without? I mean, don't you have a rune to just make it work by itself?
Well, I mean, I could try it, but it'll blow us both off the deck. I'm sure. I mean, maybe I'll try it.
Who even makes a mess in the first place? We're on an airship.
Know. It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
You see people running by with the little scrub things.
Can I? The scrub things. What are those?
Yeah. So have you seen like any pirate ship or any pirate movie whatsoever? The crew is always cleaning the deck.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Because of spray or weather or whatever. Just because the mastered arms.
Passengers are throwing up.
It's a dick. Do what?
Oh, the passengers are throwing up everywhere, you know?
Yeah, passengers. Well, there are actually no passengers on this one.
Oh, there's not. Oh, okay.
No, you guys are on
Right.
a smuggling ship. I mean, it's
Oh,
it's
okay,
a cargo.
okay.
It's
I
a
got it.
cargo ship.
I love
Every so often you'll have crew, or you'll have passengers, but usually not.
I'm gonna bid
Maybe
my
down below.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bid my trait sardonic to blow the broom off the ship, off the edge of the ship, to activate my air and fire ability.
Sure. Yep. As
Well, and I'm trying to attempt it to sweep like in the Disney movie with all the wizard.
and you're
Fantasia?
blowing it off the ship.
No, I mean
Fantasia.
I'm gonna try to make it sweep, but it'll probably just blow off the ship.
Okay. So you're
You're
trying
sure
to.
not going to blow the fucking ship off course? Like,
I'm trying to make the broom sweep. I'm trying to control the little
I
bitty
mean, there's
area.
what you're trying to do, and there's what
Okay.
you're end up gonna do.
Okay. As you start weaving your magic, what is your control?
3.
3 is pretty good. You know that this is kind of like it's trying to eat your Cheerios with your elbows. All right.
Yeah.
As you can do it, but it takes a lot of concentration. Go ahead and roll your chaos die, which is a d6. Anytime you do Theurgy, you roll a chaos die. On Theurgy, you can raise that with abilities because you can perfect Theurgy. Magicka is almost always a d6. So if it rerolls a 1, it goes awry.
Going for it, baby. Oh shit! I rolled a 1, but
On your
I got-
d6,
yeah, I'm on my d6.
doesn't matter. Blows up.
Okay, but I rolled a bunch on the other ones. I rolled 3 more.
Doesn't matter. Nope.
Okay.
Chaos die. That's a mishap die. If you roll a 1 on it, you have a mishap. Now you can spend a proficiency to re-roll that die.
I'll spend a proficiency to not blow myself up on the first turn.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll re-roll. That's a 4.
Lepid, you feel that gives you a success. Lepid, as you feel,
successes.
you feel this gust of wind billow past as someone's, maybe a couple people's hats fly off. One guy hits the rail. Whoa! Thinking it's like a rogue crosswind. It's hot air from the Myroshi expanse. It's daytime. The desert is boiling. Off in the distance, you can just see forever. You can't even see the sea. Okay, the Myroshi expanse is it's expansive. You can see dust devils and whatnot going. As this happens, and the broom takes a turn, but then instead of blowing people off, Winchester is able to, almost like a puppeteer, like lasso it. You see these like lines of magical energy scintillate in the sun as he's sweating bullets, but is actually mopping the floor from afar.
I'm impressed.
Nice.
I guess I should be careful what I ask you for in the future.
When you have the power of light and the universe at your fingertips, you should
so
be
people
careful.
are walking by, giving you a good berth or breath.
You have the power of light and the universe at your fingertips.
You see his fingertips.
Well, mostly air and flame.
Well, I saw that.
So, Winchester, you have gained a narrative point. Do you want to spend it now or bank it?
Yeah, I'm gonna spend it to say that as I'm sweeping up, maybe my boss Oddwald walks by and says something along the lines of, "You should be working and not
Sure.
fucking around."
I love that. You'll see Oddwald, having just done his rounds on the engine, burning the sacraments and such. He's sweating too. This ship has protective runes on it, so it does climate control a little bit. In the atmosphere, you have a little bit more air, a little bit of shielding from the elements. Not a ton, but a little bit. As he wipes his brow, you see him over the broom, all the way to the back of the ship, near the engines, and he locks eyes with you and you see his eyes like doop, 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 doop. His face turns into a big frown as he beckons you forward.
All right. Well, Lepid, I should go. I told Oddwald that I was out of my magical ability for the day. So
That doesn't
this should carry on for a little while. I think. I don't know how long it lasts, but you're welcome.
Yeah. Like in Fantasia, the broom is dancing around, mopping shit up to no good. I love it. As you go back, Oddwald is, we'll say that Lepid, you see Oddwald dressing Winchester down. Like, he's wearing wizard robes. He looks like a wizard. He's an old man with a wizard beard and a fucking hat. As he's yelling at him and points to the engine and these sorts of things. Lepid, what are you doing? Your broom has taken a mind of its own.
I, Lepid, am so impressed. I'm just going to take the broom and start mopping.
So you're going to try to take the broom that is already mopping magically and attempt to mop with it.
I figure I could look like I'm doing work. I figure I could look like I'm doing work, but it's actually mopping itself, right?
I see. She's just holding on.
Oh yeah, just very lightly, and I'm just gonna let it lead, let it do its thing. So I totally look like I'm doing a lot of work, putting some real effort into it, but no, that's
yeah. As you're letting it lead, it's like one of those self-driving lawnmowers. You're kind of like, it's great, and the night is gonna wear on a little bit this way. George, you've climbed up, or have you gone back to the cabins with your stash?
I've gone back to the cabins with my stash.
So you go around the kitchen. Easy to do. You can go around either way. Get back to the cabins. There's, what are they called? Not satchels. Hammocks.
Hammocks.
People in hammocks here. The crew goes in pretty tight shifts. Here and there, you hear pirates yelling up top, different orders, and again singing a different shanty. Kind of never ends. As you find your bunk, and what are you doing?
I am taking one of those onsen Liz onion, whatever the hallucinogen is, and gonna take a nap.
Yeah. How much you take of it?
Just one vial. Oh, I only have one vial.
Yeah. So any vial of anything has about 3 uses. Do you take it all, or you take only one?
No, just one. I gotta make it last.
Licia Onye is a dark, oily tincture that smells of vinegar and cheese. Surgeons laud it as an effective anesthetic, its original purpose. Weirdos and mystics alike swear by the stuff as the go-to method for auguries and divinations. Applying it to a wound will numb things so you can't feel them. It's addictive, and it's very, very difficult to free yourself from it. Do you drink it? Do you sniff it? What do? You put like ether and put it up? How do you actually administer this?
Yeah,
there
just
are
like a little sip.
Better ways than others.
Oh. Yeah, I'll just take a sip of it. Just to
take a sip. It's addictive stuff. So the book is from a character's perspective, a guy named Cedric Kidder. It's addictive stuff and terrible to free yourself from, so I wouldn't recommend drinking it. If you do ingest it, however, the substance induces a warm feeling all over the body, accompanied by hallucinations. So you are now hallucinating. Some Zens, or people, denizens, say these visions are more than just phantoms of the mind, or truths and premonitions. However, your wits die is reduced 2 steps. So your wits goes down by 2 ranks as you are high. However, your mind die is boosted 1 rank. So what is your mind die?
6.
Okay.
Or 5 now, 6.
Yeah. So now you have a D12 for your mind, but you have 2 lower for your wits. And this is temporary, usually. As you sit back in the hammock and feel the warm feeling, the horrible taste in your mouth, which you probably just have either gotten used to or whatever, as you feel the ship gently sway back and forth, you barely hear the distant thunder. The rest of you hear the thunder. Those of you in the hold, it's loud in the cooking area, the kitchen, bubbling things, the stove's going, the burner's going. You hear this quake, long drawn out. On deck, it is a boom, softened by some of the aerial runes on the ship. You see them glitter here and there. Just think of like a bug net. As off to starboard, which is your right, you see the Great Drop, or you know where it is. It's this massive fissure of a place, and then the ground drops for miles in that cliff. A gnarly storm, distant right now, but it's black and purple, is roiling out there. Think of any image of the nothing from Neverending Story, and you're going to get the idea. As it's billowing and whatnot, the winds kind of like catch their cold from it. It's a good 50 miles away easily, but that big of a storm and that cacophonous of a boom. As most of the hands on deck turn and look, Winchester and Lepid, you might find yourself for a moment taking a glance over at the captain's door, noticing it's closed, but not locked. What are y'all doing? Action is on you.
I dare you to knock on it.
Now you're all the way back to the engine.
Oh, am I?
Remember?
Oh, I thought you said I was.
I ran for cover when I heard the
You're
thunder.
on deck. You're on deck as well. You're just at the back of the ship. He's in the middle of the ship.
Oh, okay. Well, I probably make sure the ship's okay after the lightning and
How do you do
notify Oddwald, try to speed us up to is it still sunny outside?
Yeah, everywhere else.
Well, I will bid my starting
There's
trait
clouds and shit, but
light of the sun to kind of and to activate the air and flame to kind of speed us up a little bit to maybe.
okay. Yeah. All right. That sounds great. As you're pulling the energy from the surroundings, roll your d6 chaos.
Okay. Not to see if I got a 2.
Hey, that's not a mishap. All right. You do not need to roll or to throw down for this, as
Okay.
you're a mage. You're very good at this. You get magical control 3. As you pull this energy in, you see the runes light up. The different offerings to the various octet, fruits for the cow that are sitting there, wasting away. Like a slab of meat and spices for cornucopia or the Blue Queen, various things, like a couple musical instruments for song. They start smoking and darkening as you're using the fuel of those offerings as well. And the ship, you can feel it almost like kick up against the wind and start sailing past, gaining distance from the drop. Your dreams and hallucinations, sir. Sir George. What is your derangement?
Like, where did I put that?
Should be
Oh.
on the front.
Like, what do you mean? What is my derangement? Like,
Which is the one
it
that
would be. Oh, okay. It was dissociative.
Awesome. As I won't tell you how you feel, but there is the sensation of floating. You are on an airship in a hammock, high as a kite. Of otherworldliness, of maybe even an out-of-body experience. You find yourself, you wake up, the ship is seemingly empty. No one is in the cabin. It's dark. The hammocks are swaying to and fro without stopping, almost like a pendulum. And there's a creaking going back and forth in sort of a sickening, dizzy way. You can see out some of the portholes, clouds roiling around in sort of a cool mist. The action is on you.
I see something in the distance, but I don't know if it's real. I feel like I should warn the others, but I'm in a mental state, so I don't know if that's a good idea. So I'm gonna try sound sane. Go find the others.
Okay. You pop out of your hammock and notice that it seems like you have command of your functions or your body, and your mind seems pretty clear. There might be the question, how long have you been out?
How long?
The air is cool. No idea.
You don't know.
You hear no sounds of people, by the way. Maybe just the rocking, creaking of the ship. And the winds.
So I feel like a piece. Sorry, that's my my Zen zone is when nobody's around. But yeah, I try to search the ship. I gotta search the ship.
Sure. Where do you go?
First place I'm gonna go is the kitchen.
Yeah, you roll into the
I knew
kitchen.
that was the last people.
You notice the flames are still on. Things are boiling in the water, but the flames are blue and purple, and there's no heat coming from the kitchen, and there's no one in it, or no one obvious anyway.
Can I would like to bid my trait of analyze. And analyze the kitchen to see what is going on.
Sure. Bidding analyze. What is the how do you do this? How do we see George doing this? I mean, he obviously looks, but how does George specifically do this?
I have a pair of glasses that allows me to check for detectable traces of magic.
I love it. As you whip out your magic glasses, be like the Trans-Metropolitan dude. You have like the cool glasses. You put them on, start seeing in prism. Looking around, there's obviously magic going on, like waves of it. Whoop, 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 whoop. Like putting on the One Ring, except Technicolor. All through here. And it's moving through the ship itself. As it dawns on you, this is not corporeal.
I'm still in a dream.
It's in your mind!
I need to wake up. So I hit myself in the head with a frying pan.
As you do, boom! It does not hurt.
Does not wake me up.
Nope. However, you hear walking above you on the deck.
We'll
Or
definitely go up and investigate.
As you start going up the ladder, you hear this walking thuds of footsteps and scratches in the wood. As you keep on going up,
Unfortunately, I do. Curiosity got the best of me.
as you get to the top, you feel it's cold up here, like almost wet. As you poke your head out, you see the front of the ship just billowing through this mist of darks, purples, and blacks. And you turn around slowly on the ladder. You see about midship, facing the engine, so facing away from you, a beast who has backwards facing legs, claws, dug into the wood of the deck with this ragged, billowing cape type thing. This thing's hunched over. Its height is difficult to garner, maybe 9-10 feet tall. It's got one arm knuckled down. It's sort of like propping itself up and it's studying the engine. What do you do?
I'm just gonna slowly go back to my bed and hope
As you
that this is true.
Whoa. What do you bid to do this
Uh,
stealthily?
Stealthily. I will use my... Oh, that's not... Yeah, I'll go physician, or not physician, but callus. Like my claw, like the what's it called? The callus. Where is that stupid veteran status?
Okay. You bid callous. How does this apply to being stealthily moving back to your bed?
That was not what I was trying to use.
Oh.
I didn't write it down. I saw it and didn't write it down. Where's the book thing again? There we go. Oh, right.
I could see that being callous would help though, because you could be like pretty used to delirious hallucinations and just be like trying to push it out of your head, and so you're just like whatever, and you're very natural in that, so that no one notices you because you're just like doing what you know how to do really well, which is ignore crazy shit that you see while you're hallucinating. I don't know.
That really explains my life.
There you go.
So is that what you're gonna do?
Plus, if you're an addict, you're going to be focused on getting that fix, right? And you just,
As you sort of turn off your brain, callous, this is clearly not real. As you slowly move down, the thing does not turn and see you. However, you do see it weaving some kind of magic as a blue lightning sort of rips through, and it's attempting to dismantle whatever protections there are. As you get to your hammock, float off into sleep again, and continue your high. Those of you on deck and in the kitchen, time wears on. You have avoided any sort of turbulence with the storm that was over the Great Drop. You're still flying alongside of it, sort of parallel to it. Maybe a little too close for comfort, but that is the course that Von Penn has dictated. Here and there, the winds will buffet the ship. You guys get down to the mess. You're eating what Ukral and Saul have cooked. How good is it, Saul?
Tonight it's really good, actually. We used some onions that have been stored since the beginning of the journey that we hadn't tapped into yet, and so it's really, it really has an amazing smell, and Crawl made a sauce that she's really good at making, and there's just like some of this what do you call it, some meat that was salted and stored that we like resuscitated, and so that, yeah,
I love it.
Yeah. As
the whole crew is down here, or most of the crew, of course there's a skeleton crew up top, all eating. Von Penn had already eaten. You guys will be second, because you're not that high up on the totem pole.
Can I interject? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I don't know. Can I interrupt? I was going to say, like, once people were sat down with their food in front of them, I was going to try to slip away.
Sure.
To get a breath, basically, and try to get away from Crawl, who obviously is trying to crawl into my bed. And so, but I was hoping that I could like get to a porthole where I could stick my head out. I was interested in wondering about the storm once it happened. And I thought I would bid Scent of Colors to get an idea of, like, once I stick my head out there and be like, whoa, what the heck? And then just maybe something would hit me.
Sure.
Just
as you've served, and helped serve. Go on.
Part of the character is like that he's got this like intuitive stuff that hits him. I think all these mysticism things that I chose were more about like things that he comes off as a person who has a lot of luck in the sense of what he knows, right? And so that's
like intuition. Yeah.
Right. And so I kind of, these different things, I don't think that they would give me like like, oh, it's Debbie from Realm 7, like whatever, it'd be like, whoever the fuck that is. But like I wouldn't get specifics on but that's what I kind of figured. But I would roll for maybe bigger or smaller, depending on how you want to go. I just wanted to put that out there. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's how I was thinking about this character.
As you served, the dinner basically, and most of the crews come down, the officers and such, higher ups. Von Penn was fed in his quarters, which is not a great sign. He might be on a dip, but they've all loved it. And first crew goes up. As the second crew comes, you still have to serve them.
Yeah.
So you see George. No, you see George still in his hammock over there. That dude you'd seen before. You see Lepid come down, as well as Winchester, eating with the second crew. And as you serve the last person, you might go over to the porthole and look. Right. I mean, it's sunny out there.
Oh, okay.
You would have heard maybe some thunder a little while ago, but as far as you know, you guys, you could ask because you've been.
Well, no, it doesn't seem like I would have had really any inkling of it then. If I didn't think like, oh, we're in a storm, I don't know.
You could ask.
Yeah, so maybe I'll ask if I see the wizard. I would ask the wizard.
You serve Winchester. He's right there.
Okay, Winchester. Yeah. Was there some kind of weather going on up there? I felt some kind of booms. Did you trip and fall?
There's a little storm out there. The boss has got me working doubles because he's an asshole. But yeah, there's a storm out there. I think we're gonna get past it. I sped the ship up a little bit, but yeah, it puts me on edge for sure. I don't feel like.
Is there cause for concern?
I mean, we are in an airship, and storms, they move about, sometimes they move 70, 80 miles per hour or units, and this ship only goes like about that speed. So
there he is again, going on and on and on and on and on. You look over and you see crew Dinah. He's like in his 50s, grizzled guy, lots of cuts and shit. He's just a born and bred pirate. This guy's name is Steffi. He's got no real position, but he maybe like a supervisor. There he is again. He's eating with a knife, like a big turnip and some of the
nice.
Always talking riffraff about the upper ups and the hoity-toities, like you are one of them.
Well, at least I'm educated.
Education, man. Take it up to the cow with you. He's getting some more food. Why do you hang out with him? He's talking to Saul and Lepid. Why do you hang out with this pointy-hatted wizard folk? By the way, wizard is an insult.
Oh, I see.
Their proper term is mages.
Oh, shit.
And if he calls you a hedge mage, he's saying that you're like a bitch mage.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the wizard is like, I don't trust mages type thing.
Oh,
it's
not good to know.
It's not the N word of slurs, but it's not nice.
Nobody way to keep your eye on a hedge mage other than to talk to them every once in a while.
Do what?
I said, I'll tell the guy, I'll say there's no better way to keep your eye on a hedge mage than to talk to him once in a while.
More ale as he's
hedge mage. I'm no basic hedge mage. I fly the ship. You'd be dead without me.
Oh, flies. Everybody knows you're just there to pick up his own.
I'll back off as those two argue with each other.
He had your latrine duty the other day. We know.
I've only been here a few days, but I will testify that not only can he fly the ship, but he can mop at the same time.
You see a mop behind him, still going. People like to turn, but then turn back to what's more interesting.
Like, I don't think we have any extra food for the mops.
I'm definitely hungry. I think about turning this guy, like, trying to levitate him, potentially, or set him on fire, and I don't. but I'll give him that look. I could set you on fire.
Posh on you.
I think I'm gonna see that interaction and try to give more food to the wizard.
I'm so hungry.
You know,
I sit down
and be like, oh, it's all fun, and like, here you go, eat more, you fat shit, or whatever. I don't know.
I sit down and I take a vegetable or something, and I start trying to bite it off, right, in chunks, because I don't really chew. Slowly biting it off with my longer neck.
Several people are looking at you do this.
Yeah, yeah, and I might have another piece in my prehensile tail.
Wait, are you lizard?
Yeah,
or
he's
Ophidian?
He's a Buteau, aren't you?
Well,
Yeah.
If you're Buteau, you don't have a tail.
No tail.
Oh, well, I guess I don't have a tail then.
Yeah. If you're Ophidian, you can have a
I
tail.
would have eaten it.
Yeah, if you're Buteau, you're like a stout, thick, dragon-looking motherfucker with like dry scales. If you're Ophidian, you're more of like a lizard man with a prehensile tail.
Well, I'll sit next to the Buteau. Yeah, be careful of that guy. He's a racist.
There's a character race in Skyrim that's like lizard based, right? Kind of has.
What
that
the
vibe.
Skyrim?
Oh,
Stuffy is still eating.
definitely wasn't talking to that guy.
As
Stuffy. That's the guy's name.
As dinner wears on a little bit, it's becoming dark outside. Those of you that have seen him, George is completely out. If you were to walk over there, although you don't, it's sort of a cutscene of him having like sweat through his entire hammock. And we're gonna see if you do more than that. So, what do you bid to not shit yourself? And or start choking on your vomit.
Terrible.
Like a true addict. Did you sleep like this so you could just puke right over, or are you on your back? Like a noob.
Well, like a seasoned apothecary, I am going to brew a potion to quickly recover.
Well, you're out. Like you're completely unconscious. So you could spend a pip.
Mhm.
You could spend
I
a
guess
pip
he's
because
saying-
said you did do that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does that potion to help you recover completely also feel really good, and you can not do it anytime you want?
No. So all of you do have one pip, and you do have one narrative point. Everybody starts off with that. I didn't say that. So you can spend a pip to say that maybe before you took the Licia Onye, you took like stomach buffer or whatever it was. You've done this before, and you're sleeping in such a position to where you're not going to choke on your own vomit. It's just incredibly hard on your body as you're sitting there shaking, totally out of it, sweating bullets, sweating through this hammock in a fever dream. The night wears on. It is nighttime. Night shift is out. Anyone who goes on deck in the distance, you can see as you guys are going parallel to the Great Drop. Now and then, the distant storm, pissed off, lightning bolts, distant thunder. Who is up during the night shift? Or is anyone?
It would be.
Okay.
So I'm interested in rummaging through the George is like not even rummaging, but just like going and checking out his area and see if there's anything weird about maybe items that were left about.
I love some good PvP. But who else is awake? And we'll get to that.
I'm probably like the night assistant captain.
Right.
I don't know. You're a low level
low.
mage. You could be like you're the assistant. You could definitely be the night shift mage. That would
the
work.
night
But
shift mage.
You can't pilot the ship.
Yeah. the night shift mage.
All right, yeah. So you're night shift mage, night shift engineer. As you're up there, making sure, every so often you light the fire and make sure it's all these things are together. Meanwhile, your sous chef, Saul, is rummaging through George's shit. Crew are all sleeping and whatnot. George, how do you wake up? What do you bid to wake up out of this dream? Now, if you want, you can do something called bid or throw down, because the threshold for this is low. It's 1. I'm sorry, it's 0. So all you need is 1 success. So you could, instead of bid, you could throw down.
I'll throw down.
Okay. So what aspect are you going to use? And roll your action die as well.
I will use grace. That's 6.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, so I got a 1.
That's fine. So long as they're both
right.
not 1s, if on a throwdown, so your action die and your aspect, if they're both 1s, that is an utter failure. But you got proficiencies to re-roll if you want.
Okay. Yeah. I got a 2.
2 successes or just 2?
Just 2.
All right. You can spend more proficiencies, or you could bid a trade.
I'll bid the burning trait.
Yeah, I love it. Your soul is enough. It's strong enough to just wake you as you will start to come out of this dream that as you're coming out of it, maybe not fully aware yet, there's something different about this. This is a nightmare. This is something that's holding you hostage as you realize that you've had the same dream over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And you found different ways to go back and dissociate and get back to your bed. But as you're coming to consciousness because of your burning soul, you realize something's keeping you here. It's losing its grip. You're fighting it off. Something mystical is happening now. Saul, how are you going through George's shit without anybody noticing? Or are you just doing it?
I'm pretty experienced with this kind of stuff, and I'm also somebody who works under the deck, and there's not that many people on the ship, so I don't think anyone cares.
What do you bet?
Uh-oh. Let's see.
I love the explanation. I think it works.
Yeah.
So what's the trade?
Let's see. I don't know. Let me see. Guess like I'm gonna bid my criminal gift. Can I do that?
I love it.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, you're a fucking criminal. As you go over.
That is what I'm
people
describing. Yeah, I'm a gifted criminal.
You roll in and you pick up his bag and walk off. Nobody says anything. As you're sitting there looking through his shit, Saul, you are sorry. Yeah, George. Oh, I have your guys' names. I think I have your names written on the wrong ones.
It's all good.
George,
You have mixed it up a couple times. It's all good.
You are waking up as you see it is dark again. The hammocks are swaying. You're completely sweat through. Oh no, you haven't. Oh, but then you hear wife on the ship. You hear distant thunder. Looking down, notice that your bag is gone.
It's happened again. This is why I keep on having to do these stupid jobs.
As it's easily been like 10 hours.
So I just walk out and just treat it as if day as usual. Not gonna blame anybody. It's my own fault.
You'll actually walk by Saul, who's looking through your shit, but he's like such a good guy. He's like, he just puts it behind him. You don't notice. You find yourself on top on the deck. So up there is Winchester, near the engines. Saul, you're down looking through the stuff. George, you've just gotten on deck. Cold up here. You know, it is the desert night. You see the scene as I described, but it's so reminiscent of your nightmare. Very few people up here. Skeleton crew. Obviously, the wizard is behind you. You see him. Lepid, are you up here or are you down below sleeping? What are you doing? Lepid is Hulker.
Lepid's sleeping.
Okay.
But down, yeah.
You're down on the first deck, curled up into a little zinth ball. Okay. On deck. Actions on you two.
Do I see him stumbling around?
Yeah.
You good, buddy? It's a long drop off the edge there.
Yeah, I was just checking for the monster.
Monster? No monsters up here.
Ew.
Just
Sworn that was real.
What it looked like. Big googly eyes and tentacles. Well, it's the good monsters have tentacles.
I must have just had a bad dream again.
George, I'll give you this is a reaction roll, so you don't have to bid for it. It's your action die and your wits.
There it is. Okay. 6 and a 5.
So that is 2 successes. As you will get a narrative point because threshold was 0. You happen to notice, so you're looking at the back of the ship. You're talking to Winchester, where the engine is. Off to the right, you've got the poop deck. That's to describe. Here's the engine. There's 2 stairs that lead up to a top deck. That's the poop deck. It's where the big wheel is, where you drive the boat. First mate's up there. It's also where the captain's quarters are. You notice captain's quarters, the lights are on. The door is locked, as in the special lock is on. And there's a note that says, "Do not disturb." You've been told that every so often Von Penn will be asked to be locked in his room for some reason. Never to open it or disturb him when that happens. As you notice, the first mate is up there driving. And you're continuing a conversation with Winchester.
Has anybody checked on the captain lately?
No. Why?
Oh. It's just locked. That's all I wonder. Maybe good idea to know what's going on when it's locked.
Both of you make grace or brawn rolls. So this would be your action die. And either your grace or your brawn, whichever you want. Are you bracing yourself? Or are you just using your balance? For the Zoots, it would be the same thing for you. We'll see if you see what happens. And when George is back, not George, when Saul is back, we'll see. Saul, go ahead and
I'm just saving the eating.
Like a brawn or a grace roll.
Bang,
so your
bucky.
action die, and either your brawn or your grace. And tell me how many successes you get. What'd you guys get?
2.
Trace?
3.
I got 2 successes.
Yep. What about the Zints? Using digital dice.
What kind of a roll is it? I thought I was asleep.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you don't have to roll. Make your action die, and either brawn or grace.
Okay. Oh, that is 3 successes with a 10.
Nice.
Okay, when you roll a 10 or higher, so you guys know, that's called flare. What happens is any trait you've exhausted or a proficiency that you've used, you can get back. You can get back 1. So you can say, oh, I've exhausted that, I'm going to get that back. That's flare. Or I've used a proficiency, I'm going to get that back. Okay, so if you've been rolling 10s, then get back some traits. Anyone that got 2 successes, this is limbo. If you got 3, means you have a clean success. As the ship suddenly pushes off, buffets to the port, pushed by a gale force wind that would destroy a ship that didn't have protection on it. Cold wind, the ship almost does a roll, but the first mate holds on. You see the wheel whoop, 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 actually cracks him in the face as you see his jaw. Anyone who's up there looking, his jaw goes, wow, obviously broken. As he lays into it, his knee and whatnot, the wheel catches him, and he's actually pinned to the deck, but holding on so the ship doesn't flip. The hammocks down below are like against the ceiling. People getting fucked up. Zunth, as you have like your claws in the deck and you just don't even move. You're like, rare. Nothing happens. Stuck to the floor.
Yep.
Those of you who got limbo, you lose your balance and go down to the knee, but you don't get hurt. As you're
I think I
not
dropped. I will have dropped everything in George's stuff.
Oh, yeah, all of his shit is like goes everywhere. Cocaine everywhere.
I want to get out of here.
Up top, the ship is slowly riding. People are shouting from down below. Saul, roll me a d12. Tell me if it's high or low.
Oh.
Low?
Yeah.
Okay. When you roll it, call high or low. And then roll it.
Oh, I see. High. 12.
Awesome. As you see, right past you, George, one of the crew is backpedaling. And he's going to go overboard and fall to his death. What are you doing? As you are able, he's right next to you.
I would bid.
I'm leaving him alone.
Oh, this is George. Saul, you're down below.
Oh,
deck.
yeah.
I've already I'm running up to the first mate because I saw him get his jaw broken open, and I decided to bid my physician to go help.
I see. So you ran up that way. As you see this guy go past you. So it's on you, Winchester. Do you do anything for this guy?
Is it stuffy?
No.
Oh.
You can spend a narrative point to say it is.
Stuffy might go flying. I was just saying if it was.
No, this is Gamel.
Gamel.
It's a good guy. Good guy.
All right.
Probably owes you money.
I'm gonna bid my trait meteorologist to activate the air and flame to blow him back. You know, use the winds of the world to come back. You know, and kind of embrace
as you attempt to do that against it.
Yeah.
Make your chaos roll. You do not need any successes, but you need something other than a 1.
I got a 3.
Hey! As you see him get blown down to his chest, and he's behind the rung. Running up there, George, what are you bidding to deal with the first mate?
Physician.
Yeah. As you get up there, you see his jaw is broken. His shoulder's probably dislocated. He's holding on. His body is pinning the wheel. Like he's done this on purpose. He's sacrificed his body for the ship. As he's like, "Oh, help me!" As he's like trying to push the wheel over.
So the first thing I'm going to do is find some rope.
Okay.
And then tie down the.
You're on a pirate ship. There's lots of rope.
Yeah. Tie down the wheel.
You do.
And then start tending to the first mate.
Okay. Tell us what you do.
Well, the first thing I have to do is reset the jaw and the dislocated shoulder.
All right. What does the mage see you do? He's the only one up there of the players. What do you do? You give him like the 5-finger like chiropractic palm, like Kata! Or
oh yes. It's just the
like
the leg and the armpit. Yeah. Looks like I'm mangling the crap out of him, but really just setting him back in line.
And you hear the oh god as he pisses himself, and you put him back in. It does look like his jaw has been broken, and it needs to be, wrapped with like the baby brain thing. As you're starting in on that. Down below, Zuntz, you have woken up, obviously, and Saul, what are you doing?
I'm looking at this mess and being like, this looks pretty normal for what just happened. The whole place is falling around. Like, who knew that I was holding something? It could have been just left somewhere else. But
you say that out loud, or you like talking?
No, I'm telling you. You said, "What are you doing?" I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm just thinking that, and then I'm going away from the place where I was sniffing around. Mm-hmm. Did I find anything in his stuff?
You found everything he has.
Okay.
So,
well,
what did you
I guess the only thing I know he has is like hallucinogenic stuff.
Drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want his drugs. So then I have a different thing than he does, right? The Alusha something or other.
Oh, Alusha Onion?
Yeah, is that the same thing I got? Because you told me that I found one thing, and I could spell it how I wanted, but I didn't know how to spell it, so I just said hallucinogenic.
Oh yeah, Alusha Onion. Yeah.
It's the same thing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This looks pretty weird. I guess I'll go check on the chef, see if she's all right.
Sure.
I don't know.
Winchester, will you roll me a d12? And Lepid, will you call high or low?
Hi.
As you're looking around, people are groaning all around you. Some of them are like getting out of their hammocks, bloody faced, as they were like literally slapped up against the hull of the ship. A few people are crying, whatever. As you walk by, they, act like they're not. What happened? What happened? As everyone's wondering what's happened. You go past the kitchen, Saul, and notice it's just in complete disarray, like a food fight all over the place. And you don't see Ukral until you turn around and see her leg. She's leaned up against the wall, and there's a knife through her chest.
Okay, I'm gonna keep walking and try to go up on top of the deck.
As you see this, we'll make a sanity roll, since
Okay.
It's pretty casual. All right. How often do you see death, destruction, this sort of mishap?
This was actually part of how I saw the character. There was
Sure.
this thing that I was reading in one of your. What was it?
He's fairly used to it. That's cool. All right, so make the sanity roll.
That's how I saw. I was like, now's the time. I'm gonna be in action mode, and be like, one of my flaws is cautious, and so I'm an overly cautious person because of my life, like as a pirate and later a criminal who's always in disguise and like trying to figure out, which side of what conflict I'm on. So
I love it.
That's kind of where I'm coming from with, I will just walk on because I can see that she's dead. There's nothing I can do for her if she's got a knife in the chest, Unless I know somehow that like her race or some other reason that she wouldn't be dead, I would just be like, okay, and then like keep going because I don't want to be seen as somebody who did that.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
Will does care why, but
yeah.
I want to know the more cinematic moment. Like, what do you actually do? Now, you could potentially bid to know if you know something about, is she like Ukral, the seventh risen or something? Or is there something you could possibly do? You could bid for that, or you could bid to move, or however.
I see it as like I would be like looking into the kitchen.
She's not Ukral, the seventh risen.
Sorry, what? Oh,
she is not Ukral, the seventh risen. It would be kind of cool though. Actually, it would be really cool. Huh? Yeah, you don't know. I don't know if she is or not. You have to bid for it to see if she is.
Wait. It's not Ukral?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, okay. It is.
You just don't know if she's died 7 times.
Right. Yeah, like she's got some 9 lives shit. Yeah. I just feel like I would be looking in and being like, huh, okay, and then
you move on. All right.
Yeah.
As you move on, make a sanity roll.
Okay.
It's very low threshold for you because of all the things you said. Threshold is 1.
Let's see. Let's see how much I like her.
So you need at least 2 successes to get a clean success.
Okay.
You need 1 success to get limbo.
Okay,
so
and
your
that's...
mind.
Yeah.
Mind and action.
Okay, cool. Thanks. All right, I got 3 for the mind and a 5 for the action.
So how many successes? That's 1.
That's just one. Yeah, that's just 1.
All right. So you whoa. Did mine?
Your mic just went like fuck you.
Am I like really loud?
No, you're not loud.
No, weird.
It's just all the fidelity.
If anything, you were a little fuzzy. Like, up until now, you're a little low.
Quiet. I had to keep bringing it up and down.
Yeah, I think you're.
Give me a second. I'm going to restart.
Yeah,
I'm going to restart Discord.
Is not an enjoyable computer. Yeah, I think that
the right spot.
He is. I think he uses a MacBook from 2017.
2013.
Oh, 2013. That good old 2013 MacBook.
The hardware would be fine if they didn't screw it up with their stupid operating system.
Yeah, it's true. What is that? Relegated obsolescence or designated obsolescence?
Planned obsolescence.
Yeah.
Planned obsolescence. That's kind of what they got going for us, I think. I think we're
forced in shitification, I'm pretty sure.
Forced in shitification. That's good. So, how does your player really feel about the chef being dead?
I don't know. I don't think my character really cares.
You don't care. I mean, you didn't care before. So
that's what I'm saying.
He was kind of like, it's
like I didn't take her up interest in me, and I don't really. I'm not. That's what my character is not looking for. That my character is like, trying to make a score, and like, she's not valuable. She doesn't have valuables.
Yeah. She's a worker bee. She's got nothing.
And if anything, she's sort of like a pain in my butt because she's following me around and shit,
Yeah. Like, what are you doing? Like why aren't you cutting these carrots fast?
Well, I don't really want more attention than I need, right?
Absolutely
but then I
not.
So in that sense, that's like, I mean, I'm not saying I don't think that I look in there and be like, oh, fuck her, whatever. But it's like, like I said, I think it's just like, oh, a knife through the chest. There's not really anything to do here. And like the ship is obviously getting fucked right now. So I'm sort of like, want to get up top.
Yeah.
I think that's
get away from this.
Yeah, I'm open to other interpretations.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fine. It's a fine way to act, to be.
Yeah.
What is?
I don't think that they're a terrible person. I just think that they're very shrewd.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you weigh the world with benefit and non-benefit, and helping her out would not necessarily be a benefit.
Well, there's no help. There's nothing I can do to help
I
her.
mean, it sounds like she's dead.
Yeah, exactly. I guess I could roll to find out, but I'm like,
it's a whole effort.
Yeah,
it's a whole effort for sure. And Hulker, how's Hulker feeling? Woken up. How's Lipid?
Lipid has awoken.
I guess I'm saying the name wrong completely.
I thought it was Lipid.
Is that better?
No,
Yes.
Lipid.
No, it's Lipid.
Drunken.
It's a play on
Weapon.
Lepidosauria. You can look it up.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's perfect.
I have no idea what just happened. Right. Okay. We were making roll, the sanity roll. So you have one success.
Yeah.
All right. As you go to limbo. So it's yes, but situation. You'll take a flaw. You don't gain a derangement. However, you do take a flaw. This is by and large up to you. Something along the lines of kind of like what you said. You looked in, you did care to see where she was. And when you saw what had become of her, it was them's the breaks. Right. Something along those lines. So you get that trait. It is a flaw, but you get that from this.
There was one that's in the thing that's like this. It was something about how you see. I'll try to find it too, but I think we'll just say like I don't know, it's somewhere between the hardened and the cautious, but there's some other things.
I just went into the future and out of the future really.
Yeah, I was expecting you to drop out.
Was that like?
Yeah, it all just went.
Yep.
Dude, what the hell? My computer is this
you-
piece of shit, man. It's so
What-
bad.
You said it's from 2013 or 2017?
2018. 2018.
2018.
This is the newest one I have. The 2013 is amazing. It's still fucking running. It's great. This one though, Jesus, it's awful.
Does it run Discord okay?
No, no, it runs it like shit.
No, the 2013 one.
It runs it okay. Yeah. It just doesn't do this bullshit.
Yeah.
I think they discontinued 2018 MacBook Pros for this reason. Like they were like, we need to get the better version of this. All right.
Yeah.
Mercenary.
Go on.
One of my mercenary gifts is worldly.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's the thing I read, and I was like, oh yeah. Like actually, no, I took pirate, but maybe I said worldly too. Let me see. I'm just trying to check because
I think you did get worldly as well.
It is worldly. Yeah. So like, it says you're as shrewd as you are wise. So I was like, okay, that shrewdness really is like, pretty tight. So
that makes sense.
I'll try to
think the flaw should be shrewd to the death.
to the death.
Shrewd to the death.
That sounds great.
As you make your way up onto deck and see the ship is righting itself, you note the captain's quarters. The light is off. You just happen. He always has the lights on. The oil lamps and such. And you can see the mage, Winchester, and then up on the poop deck, the control deck, you see Saul administering aid to the first mate, who looks pretty jacked up. Tough, but pretty jacked up.
George, not Saul.
So it's storming. Is it
George? Jesus, yeah, I can't fucking. What?
There's a storm happening when I get up there?
No.
Like it's not a beautiful day right now, right?
No, it's nighttime. As you look off to starboard to the right, and you guys are parallel to this sort of fissure, which is the Great Drop. So, yeah. And then over the Great Drop is a storm, almost localized, like it doesn't want to move outside.
Interesting. Okay. kind
You
of.
guys doing anything?
Can I perceive the ley line?
Sure.
I kind of feel like we're like if we're near the drop, that seems like kind of like notice like a thing to care about or something. Maybe.
Sure. Yeah. The Great Drop, is it's a very dangerous place. There's a lot of mystery about it. People don't go in there and they don't come back out. So what causes the weird weather? What causes just the strange in general? Lots of lore and mystery. Who knows? Are there ley lines? Probably.
I want to kind of like open up. I want to check my spidey sense. Whether that's like
Sure.
the scent of color. I think scent of color probably makes more sense now. Where I'm just like, what's going on here? Like this woman just got stabbed. People up top are like needing aid. The whole ship was like knocked over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of gonna do that double check of like,
Sure.
the deal.
Yeah, as you bid scent of colors, just sort of like taking a taste of the wind. It's always a strange ritual. So however you do it, it could be like biting your fingernails and eating them, be like licking the back of your your arm, or like the wood, or taking something in particular. But you sort of take a taste of the wind and whatnot. It's charged. There's clearly mysticism coming from the Great Drop. That's nothing weird, as in it is a weird place. It seems like you all were just hit with a really strong crosswind, but it does seem like there's some intent behind it.
Okay. That's about as what I was looking to see if there was something like that. So that's great. And I think for me, like I was gonna say that maybe it's like I have some kind of thing that's like a smelling salt.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So like
you take a big old whoo,
and then I smell what's around me, and it's like literally I don't know. That's kind of obvious because it's smell of color, scent of color, but like I think that makes some sense. Like just opening up the senses.
Yeah.
So
and that's what you do. You take 2 hits, take it, and you you feel your senses alive. There is a strange on the ship. There is something that is changing, a grumbling. This is the calm before a storm.
Okay.
All right, so you all are sort of disparate. On some of you are on deck, one of you is below, and time is going to pass. Not too much time, as none of you really talk to each other about what's going on. So the thing is just going to happen.
Oh, well, I was going to say then,
the world happens here in a second. Do you do anything?
I was going to say, like, I'd be on my way after doing that. I would be like, if I can do it, I don't know if I can, but I'd be trying to find the captain to say, like, hey, this lady's been stabbed.
Okay. What are you actually doing right now?
Well, am I done doing the sniffing my butt?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's up to you, man.
I'm gonna go towards that dark door.
All right, you go to the captain's door. You see that it is locked with the special lock and the note that says, "Under no circumstances ever disturb." You crawl you climb the stairs, and the rest of you are exactly where I said you were.
Well, I would have probably held my post unless it was
sure. Okay.
I felt
I'm
any
still
need. I mean, if the
repairing-
ship, can I see the captain or the guy piloting the ship from where I'm at?
No.
Yeah. So I mean,
they're on top.
If the ship is kind of going where it needs to go, I'm just making sure that it keeps going.
You all continue doing exactly what you're doing. Saul, what do you do?
So there's this big lock there. Is that something I could get around, or like, is there a window I could break into or something? I don't know.
There's a window. Around? Yeah, there are other people around, but they are not paying any attention to you whatsoever.
Okay.
They're completely doing their own thing. It's the nighttime. It's the night shift.
Right.
Skeleton crew. People have just been rocked and rolled, busted up, fucked up, picking themselves up. No one's paying attention to you.
Okay. So there's this. I don't know of any other way to get into the captain's quarters, right?
Well, don't tell me. You can bid to see if you do.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Or you could ask one of the people that, is around.
Right. I guess I'm looking for somebody who's in charge.
First mate is in charge.
The first mate's in charge. And are they around?
Yeah.
He's lacking a jaw.
Yeah, he's currently lying in the lap of Saul over there.
Oh, Christ. Okay.
I'm sorry, not Saul, George over there.
Yeah. Those two. Yeah, this is fucking weird. So
I just realized why I keep on mixing it up. It's because on my screen you have Hattie and then Cody, but I wrote it backwards. So I'm literally going boop 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 every time.
Nice. It's funny.
God, it's so fucking frustrating. I just can't get it in.
Let's see. What can I roll? I have to go for the character sheet here. Oh yeah.
We want to bid.
Maybe
you want to bid.
Use Shandor slip to like get.
Yes, you could. Yeah, Shandor slip will. Okay, so you're gonna activate Shandor slip. For this, you will need to actually throw down.
Yeah.
And you get a chaos die as well. So chaos die first. Chaos die is a D6. Do not roll a 1.
Okay. This is great. Let's see. 3. All right. That's
all right.
Chaos.
So you have to throw down. So you there's no chaos there.
Okay.
Shandor slip. You're just trying to basically Nightcrawler in.
Yeah.
Which you can do. It's not exact, but you go by intuition. Usually you're pretty good.
Yeah. Slip through the door even though the door is locked.
Right. Okay. So to pull this off, you need 2 successes for limbo. So threshold is 2. Okay. You want 3 or more.
Okay. So and what am I rolling against? Which number?
So it'll be your D10 and your mind.
My mind. Okay, so that would be it's a 4, so that's a D8, right?
Correct.
Okay. So just the two dice. All right, let's come on big.
And George, your hallucination has ended, so your stats will go back to what they were.
All right, 6 and 5. So just 2.
So that's a 2.
Yeah.
All right, so you're at limbo. All right. Now, did you add any upgrades to Shandor Slip?
No, I haven't. I don't think I'm fully done with my
okay, that's fine.
Character.
Well, if you want to right now, you can add 1. You get 3.
I think that makes sense. I mean, what else am I going to use
it for? So hit that upgrade.
Okay.
Boom, gives you an extra success. So clean success. You turn into sort of a smoke as you're able to. Actually, why don't you describe it? You describe how you do Shandor Slip through this door.
So actually, in this case, like, I grab the door handle like I normally would to open it, and I actually pull a smoky door out. And then as I walk through the smoke version of the door, I turn into smoke to get through the other side.
I like that. And we'll give you a narrative point for the cool description. As you move through, it's completely dark in here. There are some windows. You get some of the moonlight, starlight, and whatnot. This is the Age of Paragon, so there still are stars in the sky.
Okay. Good to know.
There's 3 moons, although not all of them are out. We'll say Ariane is out. That's the purple moon. Normal stuff.
I am a weird astronomer. So I would talk about the Age of Paragon.
Yeah, stars are out. Ariane is here. You would know that the chasing is about to start, where Name, the blue moon, will come up and chase, quote unquote, Ariane across the sky. There's festivals and whatnot, and a lot of portents to those sorts of things, but nothing obvious yet.
If I can keep going, I'd like to.
Well, 1 moment. So that's Saul.
Yeah.
Winchester. As you're sitting there, in the semicircle, the runes of the engine, keeping things on track, you see the runes react to some magic from somewhere around. As you look, it's up towards above you, where the wheel is, where the first mate is, where the captain's quarters, and that sort of thing. So some sort of magic did just occur.
All right. Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do bid a trait that I have called bored with adventure, because I've been on many adventures. I've been on this ship for a while, and I'm tired.
Bored
of
with one shot. Cool. Continue.
No, but this isn't about what you're saying. This is
I get it.
in character in the story. It's called Bored with Adventure. I don't want to fuck around, so I'm gonna activate my air and flame to kind of make sure that the engines kind of go, and maybe like if we're about to get boarded, like maybe in a subversive pattern.
Like evasive?
Evasive. A slightly, erratic.
Air and flame can make erratic sort of pulses and movements and that sort of stuff, but you can't add a condition like that with just air and flame.
Okay.
As in, you can't be like, if attacked, then this. That would be a different kind of.
I was saying that I was going to start this.
Oh, sure. As in, you got it prepped.
I was gonna make it start happening. I was gonna make evasive maneuvers because I'm like, magic just fucking happened.
Sure, I love it. All right, chaos time.
I'm gonna just, and then I'm gonna. Do I have
we'll deal with the mage. We'll deal with the magic first. See if you explode. So this is pretty high level.
That is a 1.
Okay.
So I'm gonna.
Do you reroll it?
I'm gonna reroll the 1, because it seems like a good idea.
That would be bad.
That was a 4.
Yeah. That's better.
I rolled a 4.
All right. So these evasive patterns, you know how to do it. It's pretty standard for an engine operator to do, and you got a success on the chaos die. So as you activate your air and flame, what are you bidding to do it?
I literally the trait is bored with adventure.
Oh, you are literally using that. Cool. As you hit that and the evasive patterns you're controlling.
To work in a similar way that the broom did. You know, how it was sweeping the floor before. So I can leave my post and do something else. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. Okay.
It's just, you're not really guiding the ship. You're activating the engine in different spurts.
Yeah, it fits in spats and spurts, and just to make it just erratic, I guess, more erratic. But not so much that it would, if somebody was, maybe if somebody was right next to the edge, they might, and they weren't ready for it, they might fall off.
So here's the thing. If you're in a vehicle and you're pumping the gas and pumping the brakes,
right,
people are going to get jostled. That's just how that works.
Yeah, people will probably get jostled, but everybody should be prepared for the jostling. I mean,
your role has nothing to do with that.
After the first or second time, maybe the third time,
you have no control of that. You also don't have control of the wheel, which is literally where shit goes. So as you hit this, and you guys start going herky-jerky. This is like herky-jerky, evasive pattern Delta in Star Trek. Ostensibly, the crew that is seasoned knows what this is and can feel it. At the same time, considering what has happened, there's some bounce. George, you've bandaged up the first mate. Excuse me. As the airship starts doing this number, kind of pushing and slowly and moving back and forth, causing a little bit of air sickness, you tie down the wheel so it's stable. And you guys are just kind of moving in a straight line. You do happen to note, as the ship moves and the wheel is, just so, you will eventually head directly into the straight drop or the great drop. As you're sort of like on this nice smooth pattern directly towards it. Or not directly towards it, in that direction. What are you doing?
At this point, I'm gonna go try and find somebody to steer the ship because I clearly know nothing about steering a ship.
As you pop up, the first mate's like, "Arr!" Where do you go?
Down to the deck.
Okay, you run directly past the mage. Do you talk to them? Do you high five? You turn back to back so you don't see each other? Okay. You see the engineer of the ship.
What?
Yes.
What?
You are the one who can steer this ship. Now get up there.
What do you mean steer the ship? That's what the first mate is
kind
for.
of incapacitated.
Oh shit!
Incapacitated.
Well, where's the captain?
I don't know. I've never met the captain.
Can I bid my I don't know, nature? Fuck. Can I
For
bid
what?
my?
Is that your nature?
Can I bid my trait sardonic to
For what?
to think about the captain? If I've been on the
You
ship
don't need
for
to
a
bid
while,
anything to think about the captain.
if I've been on the ship for a while and I know they locked him up, do I know any reason why, or do I know that it's just better not to?
No idea.
No idea.
It's literally never talked about.
All right.
In fact, it's highly discouraged to mention.
Well, I think the captain's busy, so yeah. Maybe I'll go steer the ship, but just be careful because just stay away from the edges, because you might fall off. Because I kind of set the engines all
captain's
fucked.
quarters. Inside the captain's quarters, it's very dark. You see the big table with the map and the compass and all the bullshit that captains have. You know, the bookshelves and the big decanter, the globe. Little bits and pieces. Lots of stuff in here that would be spectacular to steal. But it's very dark, and it's a large room. There's some sort of separators that you would assume lead to maybe like a bed chamber type place. This place, it's like 2.5 rooms put together in size. Takes up the entire that portion of the upper deck. What are you doing?
In the part that I'm in, is there like I'll just tell you what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to see if there's something in the room that I could roll under. Like if there was a bureau that I could like roll myself under, sort of temporarily.
Oh, there's a desk, like a big like oaken table.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna get in under the desk if I can. And,
Sure.
And then I want to what's it called? I want to get the flowing conduit going.
Okay.
So I can like see what's going on, because it seems like things are dark, weird stuff's happening. I'm gonna see I'm gonna stick my head in
It's as you get under the desk. It's about that time that the ship starts herky jerkying,
there. Nice.
and you start up your your flowing conduit. Mage, you get up to the wheel. It's tied down, held. You see that the rope is taut. You are muted.
Is George still with me?
I don't know.
Yes, I can. I can be.
Well, I think we got to steer the ship away from that storm.
You guys are like
That away.
heading into it. It's like a couple miles away.
I
5
pull
minutes.
out my trusty knife. All right, let's brace the wheel, and we want to turn it that way. You get it? Counterclockwise. if we had clocks.
Sounds good.
All right, brace it, hold on, and I'm gonna cut it. Ready?
So who's
3.
holding the wheel?
We're both holding the wheel,
I'm holding the wheel.
You're both holding. I love it.
Okay.
Do it.
and I cut.
Get the rope.
All right, what do you guys bid to hold onto this wheel? As it immediately starts spinning, as you hold it, and as though there is like a phantom or something working against you
I'm gonna bid hardened.
of great strength.
Hardened.
You bid hardened to just put your entire back into it. Your back actually pops. The wheel is turning you into the storm, to the great drop.
Oh.
As you're like holding, you are still going into it, but you're holding it there. What'd you get, George?
What did I get for what?
What are you bidding?
I'm betting athleticism.
Yeah, as both of you strapping people, holding it, straining, you're holding the wheel steady. But to turn it out of the storm, that's going to take a lot of effort. So one of you is going to have to roll, the other one can aid.
I'm gonna yell. Not it. I'll aid.
Okay.
Not it! All right, so this is how aid works. You make your roll. It's brawn and an action die. So D10 and your brawn die. And you gain a die from Winchester. Winchester, which aspect die do you give him?
I would like to give him my mind.
Now, it has to be applicable.
I'll give him my grace. So basically, what you see is
And that means
Winchester.
you don't have it.
Yeah, that's fine. What you see is Winchester, like, is going like the last Airbender with the flow, and like reverses around, and like kind of offsets all of his weight and jumps on sort of the side that we're trying to push on.
I love it. I love it. All right. So you gain that. What
D8.
die type is it? So you get a D8 in addition to what you're doing. Remember, if you have any abilities that could potentially add, you could activate those.
5, 5, and a 4.
So how many is that?
5 on the D10. It's 1. 5 is 1, 2, 3.
It's 3 successes. Do you want to make any rerolls? Now, you have to keep the results. So you can keep re-rolling, but if you roll worse and worse and worse, you have to keep the results. So do you want to re-roll, or do you want to keep those?
I'll keep
Basically,
those.
it's 3 enough. Okay.
Yeah.
With 3 successes, both of you, as you slowly are pulling the ship to right the course, but this is a yes but situation because that's limbo. As you're right up against the storm, some of it is coming onto the ship, just here and there, little wisps, almost like claws. As you see a couple crewmen just disappear. They're gone. Clawed from the ship into the storm, who knows? As you pull the ship out into normal airspace, leaving behind the storm, it's as though the storm itself is watching you with an angry, angry, angry glower.
Fuck you, Storm!
Yeah, I'll be yelling, little help here. Little help.
In the captain's quarters, under the table, the flowing conduit is occurring. What are we doing here?
So I basically get down, I hunker down in there, try to situate myself where someone won't necessarily see me, and close my eyes. Maybe there's this necklace that I have that I brought with me on this journey. It's a little anchor, with a couple of gems in it or something, like garnet, and that is the that's like my sort of protection for this kind of thing that I hold. And then I'm closing my eyes and I'm taking a deep breath, and then essentially waiting for the darkness to disappear, and I'll start to see the room, and then that will disappear, and I'll start to see what else is around me. And sort of,
you see all of those things. You see there are almost like glowing items. Obviously, magicka or chaos is flowing through them. The captain has been around. As you see below you, this captain's quarters is actually, it's 2 levels. As you walk up the stairs, it's this upper level and a lower one. As it goes below, and you see the captain in a runic circle. The runes are alight as he's doing something down there. As you sense magicka or mysticism or something, and you can kind of hear these distant whispers. There's a book, massive tome laid out before him. It's the DreadLore book. As he's reading from it and whatnot. And you see his beard kind of quivering and such. As you all move away from the storm, you see him shut the book and look up. You see his wild eyes in your vision. What? Who did that? As he pulls out both cannons and he's getting up, you hear this wrestling from downstairs and a bellow from the captain. Who disturbed me? What are you doing?
Let's see. So he's starting.
As he's coming upstairs.
Yeah. Well, I'll
Where's my bullets?
Yeah. I'm not really going to do anything, actually.
All right. He comes upstairs. You guys on the outside, you hear Von Penn yelling from the inside. Oh, fucking son of a bitch. It's dark in here. As he comes up, doesn't see you, of course, since you're under the table. You just see his legs. He's walking around trying to find shit. Okay. So we're going to see how good you are. This would be a reaction roll. You don't have to bid for it.
Okay.
Because he's looking for you or looking for someone who has disturbed him. So D10, and we're going to say either wits or mind, I could see.
All right. Let me see what that is.
Threshold here is going to be, you're under a table. It's going to be a threshold of 2.
Okay.
You want a 3, and he's going to walk by. If it's limbo, he's probably going to at least know someone was in here. What were you saying?
If is it possible that because we're yelling for anyone to help out the front that he could hear us? And would that be an aid of sorts?
Sure. You can absolutely aid if you want.
Can I give him my wits?
Yeah. You can totally
Which
aid.
is a D6.
Cool. So you get a D6. And remember, Ken, that you have to drop a trait to aid.
Yeah. Oh, do I need to drop a trait?
Yeah, every time you aid. And
I'm gonna.
same thing for George. If you want to aid, you can. You just bid a trait and then give Saul an aspect die, if you would like to.
I'm gonna use light
Saul's
on my
his own
feet.
here.
Yep, land on the feet. Awesome. All right, so you get a D6 on top of this. Dragon Boy, you're downstairs, still like clenching. Are you going to get up, or you having a? Okay, you get up.
Oh, I'm going to get up.
You do. What are you doing?
I'm going to go up to the deck.
You do. You get up on deck. You see mayhem. There's this massive storm roiling around you with claw-like protrusions of mist. One like goes over top of your head. What the fuck? As the ship is skirting it and moving away, up on the deck or on the where the wheel is, you see the mage and this new guy struggling, like gritting their teeth, blood in their gums. So you don't go into the great drop and die.
I will go assist him and try and move the wheel.
As you guys are holding on to the wheel, it's still pulling against you.
Yeah, I'm gonna assist.
As the Buteau climbs up, and you 3 actually will gain control of it, but it's almost all you can do. What'd you roll?
I got 2 successes.
Okay. As Von Penn Go on.
I was gonna stand up and be like, "There you are, your chef has been murdered."
As Von Ben's there, he's like, "Who is in here?" As you pop up, you see he was gonna find you. He's like turning shit over as he sees you. Okay, this is a fate roll. All right.
Yeah.
So fate roll. We do fortune and false fortune. Who is going to roll fortune? Who's going to roll false fortune? The person in question
fortune.
cannot do it.
Okay.
All right. Who's false?
I shall be false fortune.
Okay, so here's how it works, because they know this is how it works. They roll a D100, both of them. Don't roll yet. They roll a D100. Whoever gets the highest, that's the one that wins. If they get the same, something hilarious happens, because it's pretty high odds.
Nice.
You guys can spend proficiencies to make them re-roll. However, both of them re-roll.
I see.
Okay?
Oh,
Usually the Arbiter allows it to happen 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And then it's like, okay, we have to stick with that one. Here are the stakes, which are important. False fortune, he blows you away.
Right.
And it's a bunch of rolls, and you may or may not die. He's going to try to kill you, though. That's false fortune. It turns out you fucked, or he thinks you fucked with something.
Yeah.
That was really important. Fortune, he still draws on you, but he's willing to listen to what you have to say.
Okay.
If you say the wrong thing, he's going to shoot you. Okay. Go for it.
Oh, I win.
What'd you get?
I got a 95.
Well, you say you won, but I got a 58.
All right. All right, Hulker, you get a pip because you're a dick. Yeah, as Von Pin, both guns pointed at you. Saul! What are you doing in my cabin? What are you doing in my cabin? Saul, as you see his gun shaking.
I'm like, whoa. You know me. I'm in here looking for you. Some things are going crazy. I wouldn't have messed with you if it wasn't important. But your
This better be damn important. No?
Can I spend a narrative point
No,
that
go on.
suddenly, like, the ship jerks over to the side?
And I'll have to roll
Yes.
whether you hit me by accident.
Yes, you can. As the ship jerks to the side. What happened? Just a little weather?
It seemed
Just
like
a little weather, Saul?
It seemed like a little bit of weather, but as you can tell, things are going pretty sideways. And if you look downstairs, your chef has been stabbed through the heart.
God, it's like her. I'll have to get another chef.
Yeah.
You can cook.
That's true. I can cook, but you've got bigger problems if somebody's getting stabbed through the heart on your own ship. You're gonna let that happen? Are you gonna let that go unfound out? Like,
Of course I'm going to let it happen. It's a pirate ship. People get stabbed all the time. So,
oh,
you need to know that. As he kind of like laughs. Almost like fangs for like canine.
oh wait, you got muted or something. What happened?
Go ahead.
I don't know. We can't hear you now. Oh yeah, it's good. All singing, all dancing, or no singing, just dancing.
Their
Did I mute
computer's
myself?
really good.
Oh my gosh, I don't think it's the computer. I think
You
it's the
don't.
phantoms.
It's the ghost in the machine.
Right?
Here
I was trying to think.
am.
I have the old D30 that I want to work into the
You
game.
got a
but I figured
D30?
Yeah, little.
That's pretty
That's a
cool.
good time. Yeah,
How
fun.
many D30s do you have?
I just have the one.
Mm,
I rolled a 4. No, we can't hear. I rolled a 2. What the hell's going on? Did somebody mute him?
no, he's got a really shitty computer. I keep telling
Don't
him
you-
he needs to buy a new computer. And he's like, rent costs $1,000 million.
I got
I
it.
It's
spend
true.
all my money on rent.
True.
I definitely got to get a new computer. All right.
Oh, it's just
yeah.
really quiet again. What's going on?
I mean, you can hear me. It's not
just
my fault.
barely. Oh wait, can you adjust your? Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
you can right click on him and it'll get.
Oh,
louder.
I know. Yeah. Literally, my computer's just up and down and up and down. I'm not changing anything. It's just boop, 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 boop.
Right.
It's going on.
Great.
It's going
Good
on.
job. Way to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was I saying?
Where were we? I forget.
The captain.
Yeah. I'll laugh with them.
As you both laugh, he puts his guns up, does the fancy rogue thing to the door, boom, boom.
Okay.
Hits it with his ass. It opens up. Walks out. Von Penn is on deck. He stares over top of you guys at the wheel, past you, at the Great Drop. You see, as though he's looking at someone. As you see him level his gun, shoots it. Boom! Fucking hand cannon. Fuck you! He shouts. Walking over 2-3 strides to you guys holding the wheel. Good job, lads! Hold fast! Where's Oddwald? And he starts yelling as you see crew members are like hearing the captain just scrambling out on deck as Oddwald's coming out. His head's like all bleeding where he was hit with all the kerfuffle. He's shouting orders. Get the engines online, rig the things, and shoot the mast. Fly the poop deck. Lots of pirate stuff. As you all are holding the wheel, and Oddwald, knowing how to do magic, turns off your evasive maneuvers.
Oh, that's smart.
And you guys send out a good distance away from the Great Drop. As finally you get maybe 50 miles away. Your muscles are burning. Some of you are just like sweating on your knees trying to hold on to this thing. Finally, it loosens up. The captain turns around to all of you. In his eyes, you can tell that he is pleased. Come to my cabin. We're going to drink and talk about what we're doing here. As he takes you into the cabin, and you guys all get fucking lit, and he tells you the secrets. This treasure. Supposedly, there is a crashed, ancient Calgear airship full of wonders. Supposedly, a paragon, perhaps. A king was the person who's the captain. And he is bound to find it. But you have to find a way into the Great Drop to do so. That is the next adventure.
Well done.
That was fun.
We didn't die. I was expecting to die.
Yeah, I expect you guys to die.
Came pretty close to dying.
Yeah, I totally expected at least half of you to die.
That's great.
So, we don't have any goals, so you guys would get goals. We would say you get both a major and a minor goal. Minor goals, you get 1 XP, you get 1 cunning and 1 breath back. You guys didn't have to use either one of those. Major goal, you get all your breath and all your cunning back and 2 XP. So, all of you get 3 XP. So you can put that down. You also all get 2 pips.
Ooh.
Now, how this works, when you get the 3 XP, you cash it, and you can advance something. You can gain a trait, you can gain a proficiency, you could gain an ability, upgrade an ability. Those are pretty much the things. There's a couple other things you can do with ninja gear, but we don't need to get into it right now. So, you cannot increase your aspects. After like a full adventure, the Arbiter can say, okay, you guys can increase your aspects at that point, but normally through campaigns you don't. So, advance, keep your characters, and we could play DreadLore again, continue the adventures of Von Penn and his airship ruffians.
Well, happy Monday night game, everybody. What time is it in Newfoundland?
Newfoundland.
It's about 1:30 in the morning.
Nice.
I'm running on fumes now. I'm crashing.
Well,
soon.
thank you for hanging.
Y'all are an hour and a half ahead of us, right? Ahead of Eastern time,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
About the math.
It's the half hour that always throws me off.
Yeah, it's
That's so
super
weird.
strange. I mean, it's like a half hour off from GMT. Pick one. Or
Anyways,
or
I'm
UTC.
gonna let you guys go, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Cheers.
Thank you for the game.
See
See you
ya
later.
later.
Later, man.
Where are you, Hattie?
I'm in Oakland.
Oakland. Okay. So you're good.
Yeah. But we're
I'm
9
good,
o'clock
yeah.
hanging out.
That's been
I got to
fun.
figure out what's going on with my my computer. This is the first time it's done all of that. Like it's messed up before, but never like this
Well, it's-
weird.
The last session that we had, the last GGP, it happened, and
But it
then
wasn't-
the speed
wasn't
up,
this
slow
bad,
down. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, this is more. It happened twice.
Well, but the specifically the sound.
Yeah,
Like I was getting some weird sounds coming, and
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
You heard
Um,
weird stuff too, Aaron?
yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely. It's not the first time that's happened. I mean, I'm hearing stuff from your computer every
No,
every
something's
session
wrong.
at this point. Yeah,
Something's wrong.
It's real wrong. It's like, what the fuck? You don't. It
What
sounds
sucks
like
is, I mean-
gears and noise. It
Yeah.
sounds like a noise
Yeah,
show.
yeah. Well, and that's what I was
Just
hearing.
the hardware
Is like
stuff.
the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Is your microphone USB or is it an 1/8 inch thing?
So
Is it audio?
I really don't think it's the microphone.
I was just wondering because, like,
Well,
in
you
general,
go into
like, I don't know
it goes
what
into a
audio shit
sound
would.
card.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't
So
know.
yeah, what's going on is
XLR
I
into
have
Right.
XLR into
Yeah,
a
XLR.
board into a Scarlett 2x2,
Right.
USB-C into an Anchor hub into my computer.
Oh, okay.
So there's no reason for mechanical sounds.
Yeah.
Well, the hub might be funny, but I mean, I don't know. Either way,
Yeah, but
you're
nothing
right. I mean, it sounds fine.
You know, like-
Discord does hate Scarlet. Like, it hates it. Anything with those. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, I can't even get it to work.
Yes.
Like, you went through the different things to make it work on your computer, but I have a new version. I got a Mac Studio and it doesn't work.
Well, I think what it is that the 2018 MacBook Pro, it's all CPU. There's no GPU, and while it has a pretty good hard drive on it, Discord is just extremely resource intensive. There's a lot going on, so I had open a few different things, and it just runs out of memory, and slows down real bad. I think
Are we still
that's what's
streaming, by the way, or we stopped that?
Oh, no, we're streaming this shit. This is the
baby,
geeky
going
part.
hard. Yeah, if somebody wants to suggest a good cheap Mac,
I mean, the Mac Mini, the
700,
new
700 something is too much, probably. That's over the budget.
I mean that's not bad for a computer.
The newest baseline Mac Minis are the best things that for the money, like across the board on anything right now. They're
Are they
really
good for streaming?
yeah.
yeah. They're because I've seen some YouTubers who are doing reviews and they're like, we use this. They use like a they compared it to the M3 Studio compared to like the
M3.
No,
What's
it's
that?
an
I knew
M4 now.
I knew there's an M2. What?
no, but they compared the M3 Studio to the M4
Oh shit.
and they were like they're pretty close.
All I know
Yeah.
is I saw a comparison of one of Apple's more recent laptops compared with a really high-end Intel laptop, and it was emulating the software better than that Intel laptop, and it was doing it without a fan.
Yeah, like in terms of upgrades, it's the best thing you could get right now and in time. Like, the M1, 2, and 3, like they all pale in comparison to the M4, and those are way better than a lot of things already. So it's kind
Yeah,
of.
but how much is an M4?
You
The
can get an
base
M4.
level is under 500.
Really?
Is it under 500? Wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, you can get it for 4 something. It's got the 16 gig of RAM, but it only has a 256 gig hard drive.
Yeah, that's pretty small. I think this thing has 1 or 2 terabytes. Pretty sure.
Yeah, that's probably your other issue. It sounds like it's a mechanical drive. It's probably not a solid state.
An SSD. I mean, it's got 16 gig of memory.
Geek Squad hours over here, guys.
Yeah, Geek Squad hours. The song in the background that we're listening to is definitely Mr. Interrupt. Well, yeah, you got to get on the stream, and then you'll have echo.
That sounds like a bad idea.
And then it'll be like, I can hear it though.
That's fun.
Now, if I had set up my sharing capabilities, you would be
It's
able
1
to hear it.
terabyte. But you know, I have, I'm not even half filled on this thing. I need to delete a bunch of shit. I have a bunch of like auditions that I just don't need on here.
Yeah, I don't think it's the additions that are doing it to you. I think it's it's a 8-year-old computer.
But even when it wasn't, like,
What happens if you unplug your whole audio scenario and you just use the mic? Like, I bet that would be fine.
I'm sure it would
You
fix
mean-
the problem.
you mean
It would just sound like shit.
the onboard mic?
What do you mean it would sound like shit?
Yeah.
It sounds like I'm using the fucking microphone on my 2020 laptop. The microphones
True.
usually are fine. Goose.
Well, another thing about this one, which I wonder about your 2020, because again, they discontinued this computer for a reason, is the fans run like a mother.
Yeah, I have like 2011s that I really like, but I don't use because they fuck up they took the operating system and they removed all the FireWire audio.
Yeah.
So annoying. I don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah, this is the one with the hot bar bullshit that always fucks me up.
I see.
Like,
Yeah.
like the touch thing, and you're like typing.
Yeah, I've got that on this one. Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we're gonna go use anyway.
These
Yeah,
things
I
are
looked
pretty
it up
cheap.
because I was like, I was thinking that. I was
I have
thinking
your
that
pictures on mine. It's got our,
maybe it was a virus or something, and the research that I did, people were like, no, the computer just sucks. Like, it's just not good at multitasking.
I want a virus.
It just doesn't really make any sense why the audio levels would go up and down though. Like, it's like
No,
that
I have
doesn't-
no idea.
Like
And that's
audio
a
levels
software.
going up and down is so completely orthogonal to
It's-
like performance.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like I was hearing through this,
Yeah.
as in through corded, right? And this is going through the Scarlett.
Yeah,
I was hearing my fan.
but the Scarlett is going
Yeah.
through a USB hub. That's the part
Yeah.
that I think is the weak.
It may be, but I
issue
was
is that
hearing
Yeah.
like the gain was boosted, and I was like,
Right,
wait,
right.
how is the gain suddenly boosted?
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
the
so,
other issue
yeah,
is
it's like,
that the Scarlett doesn't work with Discord. It is not. You had to go fuck with shit in your BIOS or something to get your sound card to work with Discord.
To be completely honest, I don't remember what it was, but I do know that Mac is a big old bitch, and
true.
that pretty much it's it. You have to have
It's something-
third-party software to do any kind of aggregate
Yeah.
thing. So if you want to have your Scarlett and something else going, you have the third-party software to do it.
Yeah.
Like even though the hardware can do it, they do
Right.
not allow you to access what the hardware can do.
Yeah. Forced and shitification.
Yeah.
It rears its head once.
Yeah. Well, it's like
Like, I'm pretty
the
sure
camera's
you just
good,
use
but you can't
Linux
fuck
for
with the
this
camera.
stuff.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
would all be fixed with Max MSP, I'm sure.
Use Linux, Just
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
do
Dude.
Linux.
I gotta go. So
Holker, thanks for playing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Till next
good
time.
to see you.
peace out.
See ya.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna peace out too. I've been sitting in this chair for too long.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope you dug the game, man. I
really like it. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I really appreciate your manual too. It's super nicely done.
Good.
And
Good.
I really appreciate all the. Like I said, I really like all the different abilities and just the variedness of it is really cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, you can dig down pretty far. There's a thing with the ninja gear that, as
Yeah.
you advance, you can do something called bidding ninja gear, to where
Oh, cool.
and I didn't tell you guys because I wanted to get us through some stuff. But for example, let's say you bid to do an action and you need to throw down. You could say, okay, I'm also going to bid my sword, and that gives you an extra die.
Nice.
And you can advance. It's called folding the story. You can advance into that, and you add traits to your sword.
Cool.
And let's say you have 3 traits. Every trait raises that die type. So, for example, bid your sword to D4. Add a trait, now it's a D6. Add a trait, now it's a D8. So, and then once you get to D12s, it's considered a relic.
Right.
And so you're literally folding your story into your sword.
Oh, cool.
And that's why it's awesome. So,
Nice.
depending on your tier, you can do it how many ever times, blah, blah, blah. Idea, make your roll, you throw down, bid a couple ninja gear, add some dice, use your ability, and that's how you can gain successes.
Right. So that's you're saying like that's when you throw down, it's not just for combat. That's kind of for anything because you're folding
Exactly.
into. Oh, that's really cool.
So one of our
I like that
buddies,
a lot.
who played a lot, Drizzle, in this game, there was this film noir type game. He was a hard-boiled detective, and pretty much every time he needed to do something, he'd be like, "Okay, I'm gonna do this, this, this. I'm gonna pull out my flask, take a swig. I'm bidding my flask to do a thing." So like before he goes and faces,
I feel like I
Elder
watched
Monk.
one of your things when you guys were playing that game because I feel like I remember the flask. Maybe I'm not, but I don't know. That sounds really familiar to like. The other stuff.
Nord had his camera, and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna bid the camera and the lens, the flash, and all this
Nice.
stuff." And so
I like that a lot.
it's crunchy, but you don't have to play those rules. It's just the idea of you can dig into it. I think
That's the thing is it because that is like an overloading of the drama. So you get to that like existence level of like something is or like even like more so the videotape in Videodrome or something like you're like you're gonna fold some shit into an object that's really directly connected to the theme. So like even beyond like say I don't have my sword because I fell down the well, but like I pick up this ancient sword, that I've never seen before that I didn't.
Right.
Then I'm like, oh,
And it has a
fold
story.
all into that. Yeah, it's like some kind of connection. Even a blade, you just figure it out and then just like fold the drama into it. It makes much more sense. It's kind of all those things that you always wish you want to do. And you're like, well, how does that work? And you've come up with the right, mechanic for it. That's awesome.
So in the world of Craster, 'cause you can use DreadLore as a system for other settings, but in the world of Craster, there's really no magic items. I mean, there are items that are artifacts that are made of magic, but items, they have a story, and that's why they're magic. They're relics. So those items have done great deeds. So you might pick up, the Atlantean sword that, beheaded Tarask, and that's why. Whatever. I think that's
cool. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's really appreciate that. Thanks you guys.
No, it was awesome.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to hang out with you, Maddie, and Bill. It's always. I guess I'll see you in a couple of days because
Actually, next time we play, it would be cool to go through like we did this time where we were like building the character basically, but it would be like maybe I could like finish building the character.
Yeah. No, we would. We'd go through the rest of it.
And if you wanted to work through the character, I know quite a bit out of the game
Ken knows all of it.
Yeah, I'm down for that too.
But I didn't want to. Yeah, I thought the process was good for us to go through.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm not overwhelmed or bothered by any of this stuff. It's all like what I would expect, and I had a lot of fun. So it was great that we didn't go through the entire things. That would just take so long, right? So that was perfect. But otherwise, I was like, I was totally like, oh yeah, I really dig all these little. I want that one. You know, they were all really great. So I'm excited. And there's so much more, obviously, beyond whatever I chose for this character.
There's a lot
so
of lore. There's a lot of lore.
That's cool. I love it. Fantastic stuff.
Cheers.
All right,
Well,
y'all.
so do you have a hard
Thanks.
copy?
Yeah, there's a hard copy.
Yeah. Okay.
this is-
I'll order one.
This is the hard copy.
If you go to,
Oh, that's
if you go
sick. Oh yeah,
there's
totally
also-
order.
there's also a paperback if you want. It's
I
good.
like that.
I think the paper. I think the hardback. I mean, it's more like a tome, and I really like.
Yeah.
I like it, but the paperback is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go to DreadLore.com, then it's all there.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. I will definitely
man.
do that. Sweet.
Thanks for playing the Geeky Gamer